Suppressor, look! My name is Luke. I am a gentleman. I wrote these puzzles to everyone. And my hands are sticky. Number one hit point, I'll say the answer's 3 of the puzzle song.
Trogdor was a man. I mean, he was a dragon man. Or maybe he was just a dragon. But he was still Trogdor.
Trogdor!
Welcome back to the nightmare. How you doing? We're still here. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Happy Friday. What's up? Short and Apollo Justice to Apple Juice. That just sounds like, you know, the meme format of like, it's just a screenshot of text and they circle it and then it sounds like another thing. It sounds like what you want is like this recipe involves like apple juice and you circle it and it draw a line over and it's Apollo Justice. Anyway, hi. We're gonna pick this game back up. Last time Apollo died. Real, not clickbait. R.I.P. Apollo. It sucks that he dies halfway through his own trilogy, but it's kind of a bold strategy. So, still sucking Cammy. Glad you're still sane. Sane is sanity is a gradient. I think it's not a binary. So we're on there somewhere. Yeah. Apollo will never babe juice. I don't know what that means. Hi. But anyway, I hope everyone's having a good one. We're gonna pick back up with case 4, where we're discussing space crime. Because Earth is in space, so it's appropriate. A little death is a treat. He earned it. He can finally rest. Apollo had a hard life. Anyway, let me get caught. Oh, crabs! Thank you. Play the pirate video. You got it. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. Apollo's dead. Brushel life is no justice. Yeah. Listen, I do, fellow Friday nighters. Whoa. But they'll case run. We're on case 4? Yeah? Cosmic Turnabout. So we... the fucking sailboat emoji. Yeah, so, yeah. Case 4. And I think there's 5 cases, not including the DLC, which we already did. So we're getting there. Let me get caught up and stuff so we can hop back into it. Thank you. Hope you're all doing good. We're case 4 forever. In between streams, Dusty Scabbard and my goodness Gravy resub. Thank you. I hope you are well and continue to enjoy the emotes and such. Thank you. Also, back-to-back hammies. I literally went to get water and sat back down and I was like, what? There were 2 hammies. From Wiremouse, thanks for the hammy. Birthday hammy. Birthday tomorrow, even though I've had COVID all week. I can't celebrate the way I want. Still happy to be here with y'all. Thanks for everything you do, Barry. Happy COVID birthday. I hope it's mild. I hope you bounce back quick. I hope you still have a decent birthday regardless. And maybe can do a proper celebration. Maybe you're able to do a proper celebration once you're back to 100%. But I appreciate the hammy and thank you, and I hope it's a good weekend. And also 5 Leisure, also with a hammy, said time for more shenanigans. Thank you. It is shenanigans time. Smash Likes with 96 bits. Twitter/X is actually introducing a dislike button. Some users have access to it. I see this going badly, like nearly all changes made in the past year. Yeah. I didn't hear about that. That's, I mean, the dislike button is using Twitter. The act of perceiving things on Twitter is to dislike them. So it's a little redundant. It's like having a checkbox next to every post that says, I saw this. You know what I mean? It's redundant. Of course I dislike it. It's on Twitter. Definitely won't get shot from the side or gets ratio by dislike button. It's like the back-to-back headlines. Twitter has now added a dislike button. Dislikes are now private. Just like back-to-back. Or like blue check users can turn off dislikes on their posts, you know? It's gonna be fuck. Yeah. Anyway, great. I'm not happy, I'm on Twitter. Yeah, if I was happy, I wouldn't be on Twitter. So, anyway, that's gonna go great. Newman S, thanks for 17 months. Hi, Barry. Hi, chat. Can't stick for long. Don't want to get spoiled. I haven't finished the second trilogy of games yet. I'm sorry if you're still here. Because I started stream, I was like, Apollo died. No spoilers. I wanted to say, hope you have a nice dang old stream. Thank you. I'm having a good time. This game has been... It has been. Yeah, it's good. 1-5 is still good ammo. We're gonna get there. Probably not today, but we're gonna get there. And also, Smash for 600 bits. They had Donald Duck on Hot Ones. Huh. I'm only aware of the show because of that one Shaq meme, and only now realized it was a YouTube show. Trying to look it up. Which Disney anime the cost of characters likes more often? They put Donald Duck on Hot Ones. I've watched a number of Hot Ones. I mean, I semi-frequently reference Paul Rudd's, specifically a meme made from Paul Rudd's appearance on Hot Ones, where someone edited it to be Paul Rudd across from Paul Rudd. And he's just going like, look at us, look at us, look at it. Did you think it'd be here? Never thought it. It's very good. But anyway, someday I'll play the first Ace Attorney. That game doesn't exist. Look at us. Trying to think. I feel like there was another Hot Ones I saw that was like, it was good. I don't know. It's pretty good mealtime watching. To just kind of be like, I'm gonna watch a celebrity eat spicy food, and just like talk about stuff. It's a solid format. But yeah. I don't know about ducks. I've seen a goose that ate hot Cheetos. He could not stop drooling. Who'd have thought? Not me. Exactly. It's very good. But anyway, thank you. Weird Al refusing the last step empirically. Also, it's a time-honored tradition. Oh, I forgot who it was. I'm blanking on his name now. But yeah, no, there was a guy who was on it. Oh man, can't remember his name. And basically went on and had like the tiniest little baby bite and was like, this is too hot, and basically like wussed down the whole thing. Was like, yeah, this is fucked up. It was Khaled. Thank you. I was like, I'm like, it's DJ some fucking yeah. The Conan one was absurd, but yeah, no, yeah, DJ Khaled went on like years and years and years ago. I only found out about it because people referenced it in the comments to be like, at least it's better than Khaled's appearance. Because he was talking such a big game, and then he shows up and has one bite of a mild wing. Is like, this is fucked up. What are you doing? Yeah. Turn on my fan. Anyway, we the best, yeah. A mild wing? Talking about Ricky Gervais. No, DJ, I didn't know if he was on it. But anyway, also, Donald ate cauliflower bites, not actual chicken wings. Note that he hasn't eaten birds in the past. Thank you. And Andrew, thanks for 50 minutes. I swear by the end of this case, they circle back and name a rocket after Apollo. I'm gonna scream. I am waiting for, like, so what are we, some sort of Apollo 13? Like, there's gonna, like, how have we been this far in this case and no one has said anything about Apollo and spaceflight in the same sentence? I'm waiting for it. It's gotta happen. They've made dumber jokes before, so we'll see. Got a notification the stream started. We only just started. I'm taking these eggs by the whisk, gonna beat them and add salt and pepper. Gonna put them in a skillet, better butter up and stir with a spatula. Watch me folding them, beholding them. It's golden yellow now. It's hot, so I burnt my thumb. But I took a bite, yo. It was like almost good timing with the music. Thank you for the classic hammy. Smash, man, appreciate it. 1 sec. Excuse me. On Conan's podcast, he talked about the episode after he was driving home. He's thinking, why does it feel like there's acid on my finger? And he found there's hot sauce under his wedding ring. Yeah, hot sauce that's that hot can, like, be physically irritating to your skin. I didn't have it that bad when I went on. I did 2 episodes of Hot Pepper Gaming back in the day, and both times I was fine. But yeah, there's definitely like I'm a fan of, like, white people spicy food. Like, I'm like, sriracha, I'm good. No more than that, please. Like a little dab of hot sauce and something. When it's, like, actively searing hot, it's no longer enjoyable. Like, I like a little kick. But then when it's like I'm just chugging water and my mouth just burns and I can't eat anything, it's not as fun for me. But Hot Pepper Gaming was just like, I was really proud of myself because not only did I do it and survive, but I had a strategy, and I've talked about it before. But is this still from Street Fighter? It is. Kimberly's level 3 super has a whole fucking song? Why is Street Fighter 6 like this? Isn't her super last for like 10 seconds? Kimberly's great. I'm just like, they made a whole ass song. This is a 2-minute 40-second song. Anyway, it plays afterward. Oh, it's like when she's in her hyped up state, it keeps playing. I didn't play a lot of Kimberly when I was playing 6. Gotcha. Was Ninja Brian on that when he eats the hot wings and they're selling stuff? Yes, I was in the room for that. He didn't blink the entirety of the time, and he ate a hot pepper. We were all in the room just like, is he dead? Like, what the fuck happened? But yeah, I was proud of myself because my strategy going in, because I talked to people that have been on it before and they were talking about the horror stories of, like, not just the during, but the aftermath. And so I created a ball of bread in my stomach. Before I went in, I ate a bagel, and then immediately after I ate a sandwich, and I just surrounded it with carbs. And I just think it just passed through me in just a cocoon, and I was fine. The second time I didn't do that, and it was a little bit rougher, but it was fine. Yeah, like the episode of The Simpsons where Homer drinks a candle. Yeah, exactly. It was the same kind of concept, except that was like you don't feel it in the mouth, you know. But no, I to this day, I can at will bring back the sensation of eating that pepper, because it was just like the most intense heat I've ever experienced. It was like actually painful. Like not like the flavor didn't exist. The flavor profile was pain. So whenever I see something like Hot Ones and they're like struggling and you can see them tearing up and stuff, it's like, no, that's real, you know. There's no fake that. So you hold your nose, that negates the spice. You can do that. Hot pepper tuna. Yeah. Like the shrimpable sarcophagus with bread. Yes. Yes. That, sure. Yeah. Anyway. Front of my mind. BG was still going today. I mean, it was fun. I think that there's... I think Hot Ones as a concept... I mean, I say as someone who was on Hot Pepper Gaming twice, I think Hot Ones has a more... I think the premise of Hot Ones, or the structure of it, sustains itself better for a longevity. It being an interview format, I think, lends itself better to a game review than a game review, in terms of, like, I have a pile of spice in my brain. Because I always bemoan the fact that I was a, you know, I was a part of 2 different shoots, and I think I went to like one other one. And like the true experience of Hot Pepper Gaming is that no one, how do I put this? The best part of watching a Hot Pepper Gaming shoot is the structure of it. It's the fact that they do a dry run first, or they did. I don't think they've done a Hot Pepper Gaming in like 10 years or whatever. But so you would write out your rough notes like on Sharpie on a piece of paper, and they tape it underneath the camera, and it'll just be your bullet points. So like I'm talking about the plot, talking about the game, whatever. And then they have you do a dry run. So you're like, hi, I'm so-and-so, here's my introduction. I'm talking about this game today, and I'm gonna eat pepper. And then you pretend to eat pepper, and then you deliver your review to the camera. And they're like, okay, great. Now we're ready to do it for real. And then they start rolling, and then that's what goes on YouTube. And it's the discrepancy between the two that makes it so much funnier to me. It's seeing them actually have a coherent argument, and then they're just like a sputtering, blubbering mess. And it's like, some people are like acting it up, like you want it to be entertaining. So you want to have someone just quietly sobbing as they're like, it sucks. But like, seeing them pulling through and like, you know what they're trying to say, but they can't say it, just makes it so much funnier. And like, that's the half that doesn't go on YouTube. It's like, yeah, that's not as fun. I don't know how you would structure that. It wouldn't be as fun to watch, I think, if you just sat through the same thing twice. But like in the room, that's like all of us doubled over, stifling our laughter so it doesn't pick up on the camera, because it's so funny to see someone who's like, I can't form a thought because my mouth is on fire. Like that's the good shit. So anyway, you can beat Thank Goodness You're Here by waiting in the office. You really can? No, I didn't hear about that. Fuck yes. I was hoping they went Far Cry 4 with it. Oh my god, yes. It's real. Thank God. I wasn't gonna do it because there's a lot of game I wanted to see in that. Excellent. Yeah, Far Cry 4 also has a thing where it's like, oh, just stay here, I'll be right back. And then you go off and join a resistance army and blow up a lot of stuff and kill a lot of people. Or you just stay in the room and then the game ends. So yeah, that's the speedrun then. Right. I'm sure they do a different category. Non-waiting room. The music stops playing the radio. God, that's great. Yeah, does it change the ending or is it just like cut to what the regular ending is? Have you been waiting? I told her to send you in when you arrived. Thank goodness you're here. Mm-hmm. Story per set. Mm-hmm. One of the characters given a gadget that squirts hot sauce things just enough to make Kakusha food edible. Yeah. You gotta put a little spice in it. You gotta put a little kick in it. Game I never played. It was fine. It was alright. I played Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 4 and went, I'm good. And I haven't played a Far Cry before since. I played a little bit of 2 because, like a lot of nerds interested in game design in the mid-2000s and mid-2010s, I read Clint Hawking's blog about ludonarrative dissonance, where he coined the term. And he was the main lead designer on Far Cry 2. So I was like, I gotta play this guy's game. And I was like, holy shit, Far Cry 2 is a different game than having played Far Cry 3 first. It's like, Far Cry 3 is an open world game where you're jumping around and blowing things up, and you're like, Yahoo! And Far Cry 2 is a game where it's like, you have malaria and your guns are jamming, everything's on fire. It is one of the most actively hostile games to the player experience that I've ever played. And it's fascinating because of that. But also sometimes you just want to drive around an island, blow things up, and have fun, and not be like, oh no, I'm out of medicine for my malaria. It's like, it's rough. Should be a name pun in Ace Attorney? Yeah. My name's Ludo. Narrative dissonance. Mm-hmm. Hilarious Africans. Yeah, some of them are. For that, play Just Cause 2. I never played Just Cause. Anyway, thank you for the classic Candy Smash Matt. Did you see Grant Corcope is revisiting the DK64 soundtrack like he did BK? His Jungle James rearrangement is already on Bandcamp. What's your favorite tune for DK64? That's awesome. Yeah, I saw the teases. I didn't see the main announcement. Favorite tune for DK64? It's a good question. DK64's soundtrack has always been a weird one for me because it's much more like atmospheric than melody driven. Banjo-Kazooie has really strong melodies for every area, and it feels like generally DK64 is more about setting a vibe. I was gonna say DK Isle and the like title screen level select theme. There's something about the drums in the level select theme that just gets me so fucking hyped. The main Isle theme is very, very good. Specifically, is it main menu? It might be main menu. The drums in this shit. So fucking good. My favorite lawyer of Team Phoenix. Like defense attorney lawyer. Gotta have a BTTV queen. For what? Monkey spin. Yeah. Fair lawyer. It's a good question. I I'm tempted to say Phoenix, but that feels like saying I like playing as Mario in Mario Kart. You know, it's like the safest answer. It's less, I don't, to asterisk your question, my favorite is Phoenix with Maya in court. Their dynamic is so endearing to me. And Phoenix by himself is still a very fun character, but it's not quite the same vibe. Ryu made his log down. Phoenix is good. I played UMVC3, so it's my favorite. Yeah. Anyway, but I really don't dislike any of them. I think they've done a good job. And like, I kind of had, there's every reason to dislike Athena, to be like, who is she? She's new. She's taking all this attention away from my boys. Get her out of here. She's like Maya, but not. But I don't know. It's a lot of it's just her animation. But like, her character's solid too. I'm excited to learn more about her. They've been teasing for the entire game that there's more to her backstory. So we'll see how that goes. But she's a fun character. It's good. I miss Emma. Yeah, Emma's good too. She definitely had a very fun role in Apollo. Old gray mare she ain't used to be. Then she used to be. Then she used to be. I guess a little bit. Yeah, anyway. Nick is also really good. Nick's good. Apollo's good. Like they're all good. I don't have a great answer, but yeah. Wright in level 4 grip. Thanks for 7 months. Get these ads out of here. I'm sorry you have ads. If I could turn them off on Twitch, I would. On YouTube is one thing, because I feel like when there's an ad break on YouTube, the video is paused. I don't like ads on YouTube either, but I do have ads on my videos on YouTube. But on Twitch, on stream, it's like, if someone's like, oh, I want to see what he's doing, I want someone in here ASAP. I don't want someone to sit through an ad and then miss stuff. And also Twitch ads are way, way, way longer and not really skippable, which is not the case with YouTube. Anyway, just don't move to ads for minutes. I'll just stay perfectly still. Where's the, no, when you get the, where's the island theme? There it is, DKL. Yeah, it's good. I think that main theme is my favorite though, but that's gonna be time to think of stupid things to say. Hey, good, perfect. Anyway, less about this. Cheers on. Let me get back into the video game. Before we hop back into the game, I did want to show a thing in the game, which is that I used the like in-game photo mode thing to make another VOD thumbnail, and I took the opportunity to look at the art library. And I'm not looking at anything I haven't seen. I was like, oh, okay, well, if I look at Dual Destinies of Spirit, I'm gonna see stuff that's like spoilering and I don't understand. But I was like, oh, let me just look at some of the Apollo Justice, like, key visuals, and they have all this stuff, you know, all the, you know, each chapter art. They have the in-game illustrations, which is fun because I played it on, you know, the DS, so I had it real crunchy. And it's like, okay, I'm looking at the remastered art. It's fun. It's good. And then I looked at the character designs, and in here, they have, like, concepts. So, you know, it's like, here they have, like, earlier color variants of Apollos. They're figuring out the character. Like, this stuff is neat. I love looking at these kinds of things. As well as, like, different poses and ideas. I think eventually have, yeah, completely earlier concepts before they kind of nailed down the look. And it's just, it's very cool to see the process and see, like, their original inspiration and how it evolved over time. And there's a billion of these. Specifically, there was one I needed to share with the class, which was our favorite guy, brushel. I'm just gonna let this sit here for a moment so you can enjoy brushel in his underwear. To say I did like a quadruple take would be an understatement. I like just kept going, what, So yeah, at some point they had a concept of like, what if he was basically naked? And guy I don't know yet. Yeah, he's an Apollo. He's great. The alternative hair is great. Yeah, no, I like the concepts in the bottom right. I also I would zoom in, but it would involve zooming in. Can I crop out the bulge? There you go. On the far left. I didn't want to zoom in with that in the middle of the screen. But the far left, that expression is just everything to me. So, this is not my hideous wife. This is not my hideous wife. There he is. God, why'd they have to make him so sexy though, you know? God damn it. So, Anyway, I just really need to show. They're all very fun and worth looking at, but yeah, I was like going through like, okay, cool, here's different designs for, you know, this guy and that person and this guy over here and all that, and then just like, oh god, it's brushel. Oh god, it's brushel. Oh no. It was very fun. So anyway, and I haven't really looked at Dual Destinies art, because again, I'm sure I would see spoilers. Some of these alternate designs for Emma are very cute. They're very good. That like top right one, that's the sketch. I'm like, that they could have gone with that. Look at that, it's cute. Blog's reverse reprisal design. Yeah, it's also very neat when you see like this is, I think, Clavier concepts, or yeah, these are early Clavier concepts, which are like completely different vibe from where it went. Seems more like Kristoff, and then he just sort of turned into it like I don't know what's going on with this one with the small glasses, and they're like, well, what if he had like a necklace and a big open collar, and it just kind of devolved from there? Like, did they know he was gonna be a rock star and it just went in that direction? Because holy shit, it just kind of devolves into, who is this man? How is this? What? So it's fun. Anyway, very Kingdom Hearts. Oh yeah. So it's good. Anyway, let's get back to the video game. There's Kristoff. Yeah. Yep. Oh shit. That's true. Yeah, the Trucy's Puppet Man concepts used to look way more like just a guy, or the bottom right and the far right are just kind of latent. Also the middle top ones, is that a Pikmin? It's got like a sprout. Yeah, some of the look at his fucking face. Yeah, they're like, oh, we could use like a, you know, because they had this whole card suit motif going on between a lot of the magicians, so they're like, oh, a little spade. Punished Hatman. Yeah. They're good. They're fun. Yeah, a lot of them do just look like Layton, though. Oh, then these these suck real bad, because it feels like they were messing with the concept of like, oh, it looks like she's been grabbed by someone. How do we plausibly make that work? And so in some of the concepts, it's just like her puppet's just a fucking guy. like if that's what he looked like, and then it was like, oh no, it's actually a puppet, I would have been like, are you fucking kidding me? So I'm glad they went really cartoonish with the puppet, but yeah, I don't know. It's a lot. It's fun. Yeah. God, it scrolls so slow. I just like these faces. I love when extremely talented artists make pencil scribble faces. It's like one of my I'm like, just look at that. That's just Jack Skellington over there. That's great. That's perfect. Anyway, there's some Trucy concepts. So yeah, it's good. It's good. A million concepts for like a mask thing that I don't remember if she ever had. So, and there's the boy. Anyway, I just need y'all to see Brushel. I knew you would appreciate it, so you're welcome. Marquis, thanks for 6.5 years. Enjoy your ice cream, Key. Thanks for tier 2 subbing. Hi, bye. Here, more money. Thank you. I hope you're well, and I appreciate the resub and the years of subbing and such. Thank you. Didn't make me upset. Good. No Page concept magic panties. I mean, there was a panties in the quarter one, but like big bloomers. Like, yeah. Look like Roxas, and I love that. It's pretty good. Shoving all concept art on my gaping maw. Yeah, it's good. Look at the trilogy concept art. It's cute too. Is there going to be spoilers in there? Thanks for the hydrate. This trilogy from the original. Oh, okay. No, I don't have the. Actually, wait. I did buy the original trilogy, so I do have that. Oh, I don't have. Complete every episode of Ace of Apollo Justice to unlock. Oh, so they have like bonus art. That's kind of fun that you unlock it. Anyway, yeah, no, I gotcha. Streamer insists. Well, you know, yeah. Have to replay. Guess we gotta go through the entire. Okay, chat. What are you doing right now? Can I just replay Apollo real quick? No, but thank you. Appreciate it. No, I don't have Great Ace Attorney, but I did buy the Ace Attorney trilogy on PC before I decided how I was going to stream it. I was just like, oh, I think I'll stream it And then I looked into it and I read the recommendations and they were like, I want the pixels, and I agreed. So we went with that. Bam. You keep playing. Got a few hours problems. Cool. Well, until then, we're gonna pick back up where we left off with Punished Apollo going to space. He's going to the moon. He's gonna defend the moon in space court. I don't know. What are we doing? An astronaut stabbed another astronaut and blew everything up. And then the courtroom blew up. And then Apollo perished. And now I think we're back to the modern day? To the timeline? With Punished Apollo? Not really sure. To the moon! Apollo's dead. No, I can still hear him yelling with his cords of steel. We have to sue the moon, Apollo! Grab my stuff. We're going back in. I don't know what we're doing, so... Not seeing the last stream. Oh yeah, I mean, if you've seen the beginning of the first case, you have context for how this one ends, but... We're jumping ahead from there, so I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but we're gonna find out. Moon's on trial. Moon's on trial. Hello, hello. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. Back to back. It all blew up. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. The bomb. Dual bomb. Actually, there were 3 bombs. Actually, there were 4 if you include the one at the courtroom. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. They really like using finger as a verb in these games, and I don't... Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. Yeah, they pointed about it, and then they got him. Kaboom! Oh, his eyes are little bombs. I didn't notice that. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. Or did we? I'm glad that his bracelet is on over his bandages. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tenate. Something used in legalese and copies, but like, yeah, I know, it just... Some words are permanently ruined. That's just kind of how it goes. It's almost Christmas! December 19th, 3:21 p.m. 321, blast off. Case about a rocket. That's intentional. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. It's Charlie! Charlie? Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Tenate like that on top of all his other injuries. That's right. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. Is there not another hospital in town? I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. Like he blew up and then landed in the hospital? You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Take Charlie out and get some ramen. Alright, enough of this, people. This is no time to be moping around. Dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what, exactly? Apollo's Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. I agree. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade, right, Daddy? Apollo isn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Treasure Adventures, wait, just for me. He fell down, though. He's fine. Good, now let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? We better not be running the whole way. There she goes. Better go catch up. He took care of the office, Trucy. Sure thing. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like he forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too. Missing a word. Nothing. Ever. All right, you two. Let's be careful out there. Too real. Just like me, for real. December 19th. Detention Center. My site. My site. Our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. If I trim the DLC cast, yeah, no. That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. I'm all excited to meet the man. Hey. Wow. That was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. Is he also tied to our tragic backstory? My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously gotta stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? As he burned up in the atmosphere? Like shooting stars, huh? I could really use a wish right now. You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Can we pretend they're playing? I guess I shouldn't mention that fact, the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash.
Wow, what's this?
Hey, for the bits, here we go! 3, 2, 1, to the stratosphere and beyond! There he goes. There he goes. He's doing it. He landed. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Yeah. I'm an attorney. So, what do you think about this? The evidence is gonna get me convicted. No, it's my attorney's badge. I was hoping it would reassure you that we're here to defend you. Evidence isn't just for the prosecution, it can help prove a person's innocence too. His hair is a cartoon rocket, it sure is. I didn't really notice it until I saw a different... Oh no, I think his head was from the side, but then from the front, he's got like the little flippy bits in the back. That makes it just great. That's a positive spin on things. I thought that was common knowledge. So we have all of Apollo's evidence. Clay always used to cheerfully greet me in a loud voice. Thought he was a crayon? He could be a space crayon. And he did vocal exercises every morning, sometimes until he was hoarse, right? Exactly, you could always hear him, even through the wall. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Clay? Did you know? No, but like, attracts like, as they say. He needs an Acme tattoo on the side of his head. Yeah. A bumper sticker on his head. Nothing about this piece of evidence? Nope, I'm so useless. It's all right. Clay carried me out and saved me, but after all that, to be killed with this blade. And the fact the killer might be me. Phoenix was sighing. Now he's got you sighing, boss. Thank Andy Major for 6 years. Holy hell. Enjoy your ice ski. Can't stay. I'm only like 5 minutes ahead on this case, but whoa, 6 years. That's a lot. Thank you so much. Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No, I'm so useless. It's fine. How about this? No, that's okay. Do you know anything about this thing? No, all right. Do you know anything about this DVD with pirates on it? He used to do his vocal exercises. You could even hear him through the wall. Wait a minute. Did you know? No. How about the tank? No. All right. Hello. So, you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? The kind that messes with your memory, apparently? You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle. Must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly! That's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. Space framed. They even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Utility tools used by Space Center. Yeah. The Hat 1 miracle. The miracle on Hat. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. Oh, okay. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. Oh. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. The heat shield came off? Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever and ever and ever. Without end. Forever. And ever. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. Physics be merciless. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. You didn't have like a co-commander, like no one else was on the ship? I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. In space, no one can hear you scream, "Fweet, fweet." An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. Space! NASA uses popsicles to replace its heat shields now? It's true. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now, I want to go up in space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit, it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there, waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. Space is the opposite of the world. The victim, Clay Terran. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big, exaggerated deal like Master and Apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine.
Thanks, man, dog. Thanks for 46. Thanks a lot.
You're fine. Apollo says I'm fine and you're fine all the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. New OTP, that guy X space. The entirety of space. Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot ever since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much, they were like part of the staff. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Oh, hell, sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. Sucks that Apollo died, we could never ask him. You're fine! Solomon Saul Starbuck is fine. Everything's gonna be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too. I really have to. Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Even if we have to build a big slingshot and blast you off ourselves. Corgi, thanks for 7 months. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. We're fine. We're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started pronto. Good idea. Let's go. See you later. Space! Oh my god. My first thought of the face cutout on the right was the Rhythm Heaven minigame where you're translating for aliens. Eep, bow, bow, bow. Wow! I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Pork katsu bowls. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see the rockets up close? That seems like a terrible idea. And considering that several bombs went off, it seems to be proven a bad idea. Check it out. Look how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. Really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Kind of like Kennedy Space Center, I guess. Just like Police Knots. The Gyaxa logo. Yeah, why is this strange acronym? I mean, what is GAS supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia? I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway. You mean like someone who has a space company and just really likes the letter X? It's the space. This place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. It's not what I was expecting. Who's this geezer and what's he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Oh my god. Number one, I love this man. Number two, he absolutely did it. 100% guilty. Pardon me, but you are? Gen 3 Elite 4 member Drake. My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. That's Yuri. Finally, I know what chat's been talking about all this time. I get it now. Finally, old man Yuri. We did it. We did it! Old man Yuri, that old man Yuri, he just keeps segueing along. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Oh my god. Queen of the lesbians right here. Very weird sickly right eyes, yeah. God, he's great. Boss! That was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... diversity when this old man has 2 women kissing. Let's go! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? Yes, Steve was very fun. And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were 2. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. The director of Yuri, you mean? That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. It's a really weird way to phrase it. But this talk of the incident... Dude's just on a Segway. Are you by any chance the space police? Yes? He's doing an Ichi ride or a cloud stride. Chat, we have 2 Segway emotes. What are you doing, chat? What are you doing, chat? You could be posting those right now. We're the police nuts. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. There they go. There they do. There they go. That's him. That's him. We filled like 3 pages of them earlier. I missed it. I was just shocked. I missed them. Thank you, chat. I apologize for missing it. Please accept my apology. We're the space police. Yes. You can't tack the word space on it just any old thing, you know. Absolutely no, you can. We're Mr. Starbucks space lawyers. We're here to investigate a space case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, Earth lawyers? How fascinating. I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. No one who rides the Segway is innocent. I can already tell he's gonna be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional, ask him about what he found the body, okay? I love that his little star buttons just look like Mario stars. It's great. Hello. I wonder why this sign has a big Y in it, you know? Maybe he's just a big fan of Yuri. Excuse me about this piece of evidence. Let me ask you a question. What will that object contribute to the future of mankind? Right? Not much, I guess. Then how important could it be? Quite unlike the great historical figure, Yuri Cosmos. Ha 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 ha. If he's any more self-absorbed, he'll turn into his very own black hole. Ho ho ho. What a shame, truly, Clay was so young. He was an outstanding man who could have contributed greatly to the future of mankind. He was an exceptional man, wasn't he? If he had gone into space, my reputation would have grown even loftier. Yeah, huh? Why did he have to die before he went into space? Someone needs to teach him that he's not the literal center of the cosmos. Excuse me about this piece of evidence. Let me ask you a question. Well, that was contributed. Okay, good. Great. The knife? What a shame. He was so young. Alright. He still blasts his corpse into space. Ooh! Give him a Spock funeral. Excuse me, what about this piece of evidence? No. Why doesn't he know anything about the operations of the Space Center? Okay. Space! How about this video of pirates dancing around and singing a song? How about oxygen? Nope. Not even, okay. Alright. Yuri! So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center, specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. He's going for a science victory in his Civ game. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel to your break stations, prepare for break. I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right. Because I'm an important man, my manner is important. At least he's somewhat self-aware about it. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. The only place untouched by capitalism. Space! What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. The one that almost killed a guy? Good job. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. About the bombing. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. Sir, with all undue respect, you are currently going around in circles on a Segway outside of the Space Center. I don't think you have much else to do right now. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What does that mean? You'll be taking the stand tomorrow? If I in a Space Center, I told you that all the time too. Oh, for sure, me too. But I wouldn't be so self-important about it. That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. What'd I miss? Oh, hello. We have taken Apollo's case because he got blown up in court, and we went over. We talked to Starbuck in the detention center, and basically confirmed what we already know, that he doesn't remember what happened. And now we've met old man Yuri at the Space Center. And we're talking to him. He's contemplating very important space things you won't understand. He just rolls around in the Segway and just looks at the sky. That star is very bright. Sir, that's the sun. God, it's gone supernova. It's just the normal sun. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. About Hat 1. Yes, it's Yuri Lowenthal. I have an image of Apollo in the Yamcha pose. That's kind of what happened. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home? I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. And only crew? Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe toward the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct. And it truly was a miracle, of course. They just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. So, the Hat 1's mission was to get samples from an asteroid, and then at the scene of the crime was a canister with asteroid dust, or samples from the asteroid. So it has to be from the Hat 1. But why are they so important? What did they find? It truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. What kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. Some rocks and sand? But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits all mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Are you a space nerd, Athena? Because me too. Well, I'll be on my way. As you can see, I'm a very busy and very important man. I do see that in your general demeanor. Galactic scooter, fire up main engine, max battle speed, engage. And then he just mic rides away into the distance. That thing is surprisingly fast. I still feel like it's going walking speed. Like, surprisingly, because you think it'd be even slower, but it's not going that fast. I guess we better get going too. Athena, more like Artemis, because moon, yeah, I get it. You bet, let's make it so. Make it so, just like Picard would always. I was gonna do a joke, but I don't know enough about Star Trek to make a joke. What to do later? Athena Sykes is fine, huh? Just like Yoda. What was that all about? I thought I'd better get fired up twice as much to make up for Apollo being gone. For starters, I thought I'd imitate him. So you're doing a voice workout, huh? Yep, you have to push your voice up from the pit of your stomach. Hold it. There's a contradiction in the witness's statement. You're really serious about this. Objection. You are lying. The true culprit is the judge. What? Then who's gonna hand down the verdict? I didn't think of that. You gotta go from the diaphragm. Apollo already has a sister. It's true. It's true, see, Artemis. What do you think we should do next? That's right. What is it, Athena? I just remembered I forgot to go running today. I'm guilty. And he hits himself on the head with the gavel. I was so taken up with what happened to Apollo, it slipped my mind. He can only have one sister at a time. It's true. One opponent, Dungeons & Dragons Gamers, this actor looks a lot like a bald French spaceship captain. He plays tons of pie cards. Ugh, that wasn't what I was asking. Alright, let's get in there. Boarding lounge. What? Huh? What? Huh? Is this a theme park? Do they do science here? Okay, alright. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yep, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made. You know, space. Yeah. Never seen a peanut spear? No, I haven't. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the explosion. You are there. No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission, not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk. Isn't that further into the facility than where we are right now? Isn't that where you needed to have a fingerprint to get in? Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel at Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor... Whoa. We just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. That number. It looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. Good eye. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. That explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated. I think we can just pass through. Ah, come on, let's go. So they can easily turn off the fingerprint system? That's not suspicious? Okay. Let's get in there. I think it's the serious thing. His neck's just on fire. Look. Even in space, safety first. I take back my judgment towards Yuri, towards Old Man Yuri. The robot definitely did it. They didn't tell me they had robots. Not to be robotist, but if there were other creatures inside that wing of the facility, that drastically changes the details of the case. Techist? Yeah, I don't know. Don't insult the robot. Not to be Robotnik. You mean noted feminist Dr. Ivo Robotnik? It would be an honor to be compared to him. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. Wow. This is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. Sure is clean one spot. It's a dirty spot. I see police tape down the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Oh, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts so reluctant to give us info, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? All right. I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? You mean lawyers? You lawyer people. Wish we had a name for that. Detective and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. Japan only recently mandated getting rid of 3 1/4 floppies in government computers. And they're like just now phasing out fax machines. But the 5.5-inch floppies are still okay, right? Surely they're still using the bigger floppies. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Oh, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. I like fax machines. You're the first person who's ever said that, including the inventor of the fax machine. How does it feel? Crime scene. They're handy. Are they? Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? 3 1/4 average. Yo, 3 1/4 are like the harder square ones. The 5 and I think it's 5.5. They're the ones that were actually floppy. The 3 1/4 were like rigid plastic. I miss the old floppy floppies. Those were fun. You'd have to just like jam it in the computer. Ahead and behind a tech. It's fascinating. Can we ban that person who likes faxes? 8-inch floppies? That's too much. Yeah, but inside was still, well, yes, it was still the magnetic tape or whatever. Printing is fun. Printing is fun, but printers suck. Anyway, how big is a floppy compared to a hard disk? I mean, the standard floppy, when I was growing up, I think each floppy held roughly like 2 megs, if I remember correctly. What's a floppy? You know the save icon? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Whatever shall we do? 1.44 megs. That was like the standard size. I was making a sex joke. Well done. Holds a whopping 8 kilobits on an 8-inch floppy. Let's go. That's huge. That's an easy one. Let them know over there to let you in. You can fit 1 webpage on 32 floppies. A modern webpage, yeah. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. High density ones 1.44 megs. Gotcha. Is Bobby okay? Yeah, I don't know. Detective Fulbright's acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. I mean, he's always been kind of forthcoming, but now he's just like, yeah, what do you want? Which is like... Is he lying to us? You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes, well, you know us. To serve and protect? Ha ha ha. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Can you tell us more about what happened? Of course. A bomb went off on the 2nd floor of the main building. A bomb? Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's under the UI. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. From the 4th floor? After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun. Video, thanks for 8. Stuck in VOD land, hope you're having fun. Enjoy the VODs. Thank you. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Not a step ladder or regular ladder. Then what's the point? Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Wow. And Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. Haha. I thought you should know that there was a witness. Was it a penguin? Please tell me it was a small penguin. Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from outside. That's right. It's just a matter of chance she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Haha! Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Saying that to his face. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. Okay. I wonder if he's, like, deliberately giving us bad intel or something. But that doesn't seem like his typical MO. What was that all about? Something's definitely going on. I'm gonna get it out of him the next time I see him. He just loves space so much. I'm not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Did we get permission? I don't remember him actually saying you now have permission. I want to talk to the robot! Fuck! Damn it! I want to talk to the robot! Let me go! He did? I guess I missed that. Old man Yuri. Old man Yuri. You too! Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. Why the lack of examining is a bad thing? No talking to robots. Yes! I didn't really mind it till literally just now. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too if you'd like. Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Let's see. Where's that diagram again? This lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. According to Apollo, this is where he believes the 3rd party killed his friend. Have we learned nothing from Westworld? No. Let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this 3rd person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists. Yep, picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is, a map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Can we ban Detective Fulbright? Mutts. No more excuses. Let's track down the 3rd person. Wait, there's just one more thing. Was that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh yeah, I knew that. That's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. Only reason you're so eager to start is so we can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. Fulbright's on the walls. He's in the vents. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. Or I guess it's a training device for getting used to 0G. Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Oh. Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. So that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right. But if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Blackwell's theory that Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Think it's used to higher G's? I don't really know what those spinny things do, because there's the big one that swings you around the outside. That just gets you used to like really high directional G's. I think that one's just about like disorienting you. I don't even know. I've always enjoyed watching videos where they show like, here we're training our astronauts, and they're just like, ah, fuck. Way to go, Apollo. He did it. The window. A window. And it's right next to the holographic image, too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. It looks cool. That's all that matters. Yeah. Accident getting flung around deep space for safety. An aero trim, also known as multi-axis trainer or mat, is a 3-axis gimbal large enough to contain a human being, used for cardiovascular workout and equilibrioception balance training. So it is meant to disorient you and get you used to having your inner ear be like, what the hell is happening? That makes sense. Is that a Jamiroquai reference? A little bit. So it looks like there were 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da, the pamphlet. Did we get that in 2013? I mean, if we get it today, Jamiroquai would have been more relevant, if anything, 10 years ago. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy. People usually say west, east, and south in case like this, you know? Details, details. Let's take a look at the west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. Also, we went through that corridor. That's where with the detective, Phillips, smoke out the explosion. Right. Next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. Weirdo. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Capcom. Capcom. I'm pointing. Capcom. Yeah, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. Capcom's in there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here for a while? Capcom presents. But it seems like they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission. So this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room. And since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to the backup generator in case of emergencies. Only the director, you say? Only the director. What about that last door? Capcom is short for Capsule Computer. This lower door, south door, leads to the elevators. If they're still investigating why Apollo need to get blown up by a bomb, for the drama. So this is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Humans go up and robots go down. Yep, and of course, there was no fingerprint recognition device. It's open to anyone. Builds character. Brain damage. We're now officially in the brain damage timeline. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. So they say. That's about it for the 3 muscadors of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. What's that? That's some pretty futuristic-looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why? Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? Hey, alright. Okay. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. No vertical spin, only horizontal spin. Let's commemorate this occasion with 11 piece. If you're done now, can we move on? Okay, one more for the road. Peace. Very mature. Peace. Warning. Helmet use required. Please use the moonwalk apparatus responsibly. Oh. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. Looks like a metal jelly bean. Yes, that's correct. That's exactly what it is. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. That's pretty small. Let's see. That would make the caliber 10? Caliber versus the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. Space gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. Pew pew. Wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south door side of the room, according to this map. He had the angry cricket from Men in Black. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Huh. Nice. By the way, Ace Attorney Twitter account, share what the timeline is for the series so far. They updated probably a sneaky reference to updated autopsy report. You go on to the real Ace Attorney timeline. The brain damage timeline. Yeah, what's this? What's this? Is this one of those things that like little like babies get to go into and they bounce around? Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. Try a somersault. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. At least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? The moon. I was waiting for him to be like, wow, it's made with real moon dust. And then we could all be like, wow, that's a terrible idea. What's this, a trapdoor? Apparently doesn't know, moon dust, the little granules of moon rocks and sand are just like fucking razor sharp. Like, it's not gonna cut you, but it's just like really bad to inhale them or anything like that. Because on Earth, we have all these processes like wind and water and such that makes like dirt and sand like rounded. But yeah, moon dust is bad. I don't get why they need an official time unless it's pretty straightforward already. Yeah, it's like, other than like within a game at jumping around, like it seems like each game is very linearly one after the next. It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. Like volcanic glass. It's what killed Cave Johnson. Yeah. Don't crunch on it. Like the lemon. Yeah, don't sniff it. Timelines are allowed to be lines. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. It is kind of like we're so far removed from things making sense. It's like, here's our timeline. Yep. That sure is all the games. What the robots do the cleaning. What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way. All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? You can go say hi to it if you want. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Once we're done in here, I'm going right over there. Well, excuse me, something advertising. I mean, those are out pretty soon. Don't really need an excuse. So this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Why, guess when you can try. Now to line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena, this thing's related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, missy. Doody-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape. I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? The knob is straight up and down, so if it's for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove. How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. I guess all I can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. A mystery knob? And would you look at that? It's horizontal in that photo. So that's definitely important. I wonder if it deactivates the fingerprint reader or something. Secured knob. Let's see the doors. Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. Door of the option one. We throw this out. Yeah. Secure lock must be disengaged. They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just enter the area from the lounge. One must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Leighton is the true mystery. Does this mean the bomber's prints were verified by the system? The number of authorized personnel is supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've just been itching for a chance to use it. What do you think ahead? Let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now to sprinkle some here, and a little over there, and... I don't get a little mini game where I get to dust it around. Those are fun. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. It's only a single set of prints. Isn't that better than multiple overlapping prints? Isn't that good? Yeah, thank you. Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right. And there's the security footage of this door, too. Here it is. Came up in court the other day. Wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. He's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. I'm so pissed I'm gonna do the fingerprint game. I was wondering, like, it feels like maybe they removed it for the trilogy re-release, but was it not in the original? Because at least in the trilogy, it's like, well, you don't have a touch screen, so it'd be a little more tedious. You don't have a microphone to blow it off, so you'd have to map that. It's not impossible, it'd just be a little bit jankier. Is that a cobweb? But if it wasn't the original, it's kind of like, eh. Maybe just cut it for scope reasons. A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. The idyllic scene stretches on as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, but lacks something to make it truly captivating. Everyone's a critic. Yeah, it wasn't. Kept it in Ace 34, yes. Oh, but then they did keep the little minigames. Gotcha. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I didn't look at the body print, did I? Oops. Nothing special here. Yeah. He'll get pissy for some reason. I don't know why it wasn't popular, but it wasn't. I mean, I could understand someone being like they're not engaging, you know. I think it was none of them were ever that complicated. It was just like a nice change of pace to have a little forensics minigame. Just like, you know, like in this being like, oh, let's spray the luminol around. We did that a bit in the DLC. I also liked in Apollo getting to inspect the evidence. I didn't think it was overdone. There's a risk of doing it too much, but getting a little 3D model to kind of spin around and be like, oh, this thing has a thing on it. Yeah, just me. Yeah, I'm not like heartbroken they're gone. It just seems, I noticed their absence, I guess. Does Phase 2 cases outside the games, or do you only have like 12 cases before Hobonus? I'm sure someone knows the answer to that. I do not know. This is where they discovered Clay. I think they imply that there's been cases we haven't seen that aren't as exciting. In Gray Ace, nice. Covering the entire screen fingerprint, right? Just, it's tapping, making up a bunch of dust. It's fun. This is where they discovered Clay. Yeah. He was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. He died having a question for teacher. He was stretched out like this, and what's that thing that looks like a thermos? Yeah, it's his spacesuit. That's the thing Blackwell mentioned when I was in court. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Right. Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think we'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? Space candy. The hell is all this? A mirror? How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're gonna run into some other life form after all. I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. You get her. You get her. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. Why are they taking the samples back to space? Yeah, I don't know why they had the samples. Even if they weren't intended to go on the rocket with them. I'm just, I don't know. It's weird. Why is he women makeup? I wonder if you can change your if they can change your voice. Testing, 1, 2, 3. It ain't doing a thing. It's not helium, it's oxygen. Phoenix, I breathed all the oxygen and now I feel lightheaded. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There's such things as buttons left unpushed. No! The giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Let's see if we can find anything new with the image off. He's dead. Space Gordy! No. We killed Space Gordy. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. With the holographic image off, the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come up with my best ideas at times like these. Do you now? What's different now that oh, I wasn't allowed to select that before? I thought that was a cobweb, but maybe it's a crack. Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired the shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. But whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently, this is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? Nope. Police might have taken it, though. Let's ask Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Who put this cobweb here? Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Robot! Yikes! What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Ponko? Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot. I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Oh. Psychological observation and... Did you forget? Navigation companion. Alright. Ponko. Robot titty. Don't look at the robot titty. I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. You're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. I had a notification from the stream. I'm sorry to hear that. A lot of people are saying they didn't get notified about stream. For anyone that isn't already, if you join the Discord server, we do have a bot that pings every time I go live. So it might be a decent backup in case Twitch notifications are broken. Twitch is functional. I feel like I know, it feels like there's a lot more going on with everything in this case. Wow, guide robot, that's pretty cool. My name's Phoenix Wright, nice to meet you. I don't know you, I don't know you. Ouch, that hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly, commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. Bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. The overly familiar line, just... it's kind of thing to me that I can't help but think, like, that must have made much more sense in the Japanese text. And it didn't really have a direct translation. She could have called him Nick, and he could have been like, that's a little bit too familiar. Yeah. Because going straight to first name in Japanese culture is different than it is in American culture, but yeah. Yes, Tiddies. Isn't this the Wii U name? Yeah, it's, was it Mona? Monita. From Nintendo Land. Informally call older people by their given name. Yeah. Older people? He's only 34. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. This robot's pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great? But she's 18. Fair. Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you right this way. Phoenix views robots as lesser beings and wants to be referred to as Mr. Wright. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? Friend shape. December 19th. Cosmos Space Center. Space Museum. Man, space museums are so cool. What? Huh? What is this place? Welcome to our space museum, featuring UFOs and aliens. Is that a rocket real? Rocket! I wish space was real. Same. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. You entertain the politicians somehow. We have to get funding. Tell them there's aliens. The Space Museum. It's here on the map. It does look like Apollo's jacket. Yeah, I noticed that. Which I... You know what? I bet you that's Clay's jacket. I bet you that's Clay's jacket that Apollo's wearing now. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. Time to cry. Ask me anything, anything. I will explain. I'm an attorney. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. Doesn't look like anything to me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I wasn't helpful. I'll try to do better in the future. Please don't hate me. Imagine walking up to an info kiosk at a museum and it's like, did I answer your question? And you're like, yeah, I guess so. And it's like, ah! The poor thing, I feel bad for asking. Okay, you made her cry. I just showed her my attorney's badge. Hey, look at this knife. Do anything related to robots? Check out this DVD. Do you have a DVD player? Do you know anything about bullets? Yeah. Might be a thing in Japan. Related to Marvin? This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the rocket launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1 inside and out. Spared no expense. Marvin prototype. Brain the size of a planet. It's the little brother the Hat 2 was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was canceled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project. Uh-huh. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, they sure all do that jacket. There's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. The space lesbians. I was trying to figure out a way to say Old Man Yuri again. I guess I just did. And that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Nothing. Athena. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. I guess he does look a bit younger. It's 7 years ago, after all. So the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Terran, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. Athena just looking at the girls. He's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Okay, that makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. I'm totally normal about them. You should be. This Spaces Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. Old Man Yuri and Young Lady Yowie. The two genders. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts, budget cuts. We need more money, money. Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. He stayed on Earth to never go to space. We call him Earth Dirt because he never got to go to space. The Hope probe collected samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us he came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. The tiny text on the map saying, let's go to Jupiter. Was it on the map that I have? Oh. It does. 21st century exploration, let's go to Jupiter. To get more stupider. Oops. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she give me some more info if I show it to her. The autopsy report. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. I know! It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes! It was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. The safe is next to the launch pad? It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule is being kept on Launchpad 1, huh? What's up, Planet Wolf? Looks more like Jupiter. Jupiter. Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. Kinda looks like the Death Star. Yeah, when the thing with rings goes in front of the planet. That's no moon. The Space Center must have been really excited to get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence. They'll have to wait a little longer. Hope capsule. It's just the ice cream maker from Star Wars. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponkoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. That makes way more sense to me. Because, yeah, having it just connected to the main building and then firing off a rocket seems like a terrible idea. Okay, brought into position at the launch site. There it goes. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included. You mean Neptur vibes? Neptur. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I'd love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry, that answer isn't in my answer database. Huh? I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. When was the last time a rocket was launched isn't in your database? We certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Hee hee. It's because Ponko is so friendly. What should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again. Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead. Oh, yeah, back to the corridor. Although I did want to look at the, just in case. Get me back over here. Can I turn the hologram back on? If we push it, It turns damage on and off. I want to turn it back on. Oh, it is back. Let's go. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape. But then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. Can't they? We don't know. We've never met aliens. Could we? A criatura. Now let's go to the corridor. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Bullet hole the scene! I'll use my powers. Your powers? I'll wiggle my ears at him. My powers of empathy. We found a bullet hole in the wall of the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right, a warning shot for the defendant. What? Was it really such a high threat situation she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with Detective Arm gone and all. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. He's looking for just ice, no drink. Barry No Cosmos will testify tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. Hope it goes down easy. I have powers. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes. Just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Whoa, he got Apollo's and my prints? He even got prints for all the robots. Told you the robots were sus. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Hey, real quick, why are the robots the fingerprints? Clay's fingerprints are here, too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. If only there was someone we could call that could contact the departed. If only. I still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Can't even get off their backs. Everything about this case is beyond, just a suspension of disbelief. This case requires a suspension of logic. Take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep. But Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head going to hyperdrive at it. It's the oven knob thing. Sounds like it's gonna be a major point of contention tomorrow. Don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right. Fulbright, do you think you can run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Launchpad 1 door updated. Okay. Only the prints of Cosmos, Starbuck, and Turner authorized. Correction attempts to record your camera. This prints from Yep. Okay. So what else? What else? Is that everything? Was I supposed to ask him about something else? Something for the lost and found? I'll be sure to take care of it. No, this is an important piece of evidence. You can't put a bullet hole in lost and found. Oven the cold eat the food. Of out hot launch the rocket. Space. Maybe I'm supposed to leave? Check your notes. I always forget that I have that. Asking for the case, present the security camera footage. What a nice feature I forgot exists. Thank you. Check out this DVD. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Because they wanted to see what was after that point. Go ahead, ask me anything you like about it. Any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie, I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. This is the same shot. Oh. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Ha ha ha. Why don't you just say so from the beginning? Great. Good. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figured if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Oh. Here we are. It's been a while, but those are definitely psych locks. Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Psychomantis. Why are you explaining magic to someone? Why would you say that aloud? Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out of for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud, it really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal.
Take that!
Don't talk about Maya that way. Why you're being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, Detective. Why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Life, love, justice. Problem with his love life? I bet I know what's been bothering you. You're troubled by love. What? How did you know? I put my pet carp Love in with my goldfish, and the next thing I knew, all the little goldfish were gone. Love had eaten them all. My poor little goldfishies. Oh, I loved you so. I guess love really can cause a lot of heartache, huh? Anyway. I bet this is the issue so torn up. I got an achievement for that. I got an achievement for that. The problem with love. Life? Okay. I bet I know why you're troubled. You're exhausted by the roller coaster known as life. That's exactly right. I'm troubled by life in general. I've been thinking about quitting the force and going into space. Going into space. Yep, you hit it right on the head. He'd do well. More like I hit my thumb on that one. All right, let's try again. He's torn up about justice. Take that. I understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles. Isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep. Peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim. As long as this exists. Yeah.
Take that!
Before the explosion, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet, security was so tight, they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person be part of that detail from the outset. Specialist in bomb cases, yeah.
Take that!
They had to have known that there was a bomb threat. Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew that there was a possibility that bombing would occur. You got me so relaxing. Well, it was relaxing until the bombing and the murder. What you can't... Don't put your pointer fingers together. Tell me the truth. All right, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. Why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. You call someone's call bomb threat. I mean, it seemed obvious. As soon as they were like, there was riot police. I literally didn't even put it together. It seems obvious now. Why else would a bomb specialist from the police be at the rocket launch? Just from the heightened police presence, I was like, that seems suspicious to me. So, didn't seem like that much of a leap of logic. I've been distraught about Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. Weird girl, I agree. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Me too, I agree. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that, what are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it. Are there no other available prosecutors? So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, you are what are rules but things to be broken? You are a lawyer. That is the most rules are here to be understood and worked within. It would had to have. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. Guessing blackmail? Something. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past. A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. Haunted for 7 years. What? We were talking about space. What do you mean? This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this Phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. He thinks they may have connected to this case. Ghosts are real. What phantoms aren't? This case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. Space ghost? Coast to coast? For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. Also, yokais aren't real. What did Danny Phantom do? So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago. That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why I think that. This incident and the Phantom. Not to mention Blackwell's past. It's almost inconceivable they would come to a head here. When they said this case is about space, I was like, oh boy. This will be like a fun side story before we get back to the main overarching plot. But no. They're like, no, the space case is the most important case. Everything's connected to the space case. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? He was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. Murder? He's allowed to prosecute? Well, yeah. The prosecution appears to be ready as well. Silence! Face to face? Also, whenever anyone mentions Danny... I've never seen a single episode of Danny Phantom. So then whenever anyone mentions it, I just think of Viz's old follow alert of the bass boosted Danny Phantom. Anyway. Not yet! I'm not quite ready yet. Good times. Good times. Grah! Some jokes are dated. Gotcha. It's like Ghost Spider-Man. Okay, that sounds rad though. Didn't age well. Let's see. Is the space case the new DL6? I think the 7 years ago case, yeah, is the new DL6. DL7? I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his phantom, but I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them, which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. But if the call came from higher up to get Prosecutor Blackwell prosecuting again, they couldn't have known that this bomb threat was coming unless the head of the prosecutor's office is the Phantom. It would be way too convenient if Blackwell was taken out of prison temporarily to prosecute again just so he could be around to prosecute this case that's tied to his past. That's way too many coincidences. I don't know. First episode is falling through floors by accident. That's charming as hell. Remember the Knicks show Space Cases? Ace turning logic. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Which is why he's acting so impatient. The phantom of the courtroom is there. Inside my mind. Inside the evidence. That's not real justice. Edgeworth is head of the office because he's hot. I've always trusted Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. Never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I shouldn't have thought ill of Fulbright. I was like, he's being suspicious. I think he's playing us. I think he's working with Blackwell to get us on the wrong leads and to distract us from what really happened. But he's like, I'm actually trying to help you because I think Blackwell's like off his rocker. Nothing is right. I feel bad for Blackwell, but I'm gonna be rooting for your team this time. Don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Bobby. Do Zoomers call Edgeworth Goop? Stop. I guess I was wrong about you, Fulbright. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. Every case you've brought in this entire game has been Blackwell and you try to get a false conviction. He doesn't know it's a false conviction, though. Every case in the entire franchise, but especially in this game, has just seemed very open and shut from the outset. It's like, there was a closed room, and there was one person in a dead body. This was the person who killed it. So Fulbright has every reason to be like, this is justice. And we just keep going, actually, completely wild shit happened. You're the only one who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? One was pain, true. Other than pain. Leave the courtroom to gasp in pain. I just understood his name. What the fuck is wrong with me, chat? I was so focused on what do you mean that's not Winston, I didn't even think about his name. No, I'm not doing a bit. I was like, Gaspin's a weird name. Moving on. I don't know if I must have said gasp in pain, but I just didn't think about what I was saying. Wow. How you doing? At least I got it now. At least I got it now. It's not like we want a guilty verdict. Poop brain is real. I'm not doing a bit. The poop brain when I'm streaming is very real. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. Chris Ryan and I got one during stream 1. Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember. I was just like, I don't know. His name is, it's not Winston? What do you mean he's the twin brother? Who's also a prosecutor. Anyway, Killy did a thing. Oh, Killy. Where's Killy? Killy did a thing. Also, MDH Wright's raided. There he goes. I don't know why that's where my brain went. It's me, I'm the egg. Look at him fucking wiggling. Jesus. Barry's terminal poo brain chat. Alas. Alas. That's very good, Kelly. Anyway. He's fucking it up. He's tearing it up. Eggman at the cantina. I just broke my new Nendoroid. No! Can you fix it? Glue it together? Going to raid and go get food. No worries. Thanks for the raid and run. Appreciate it. Enjoy what I caught the cases. Tell your Sophie is good. Nice. That's what's in my brain constantly. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a while ago. Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. Goodbye. It's the internal joint, so it's a pinch. In a pinch, shouldn't be too hard to replace, but man. What was the figure of? There he goes. Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Well, let's go see that witness now. All right, the entrance it is. Chat, you were late. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Did this robot go down a ladder? Do these robots have feet? Come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? I am Klonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? Vertical robot titty. I don't know why, but this robot's kind of freaking me out. The Uprising. Are you sightseeing or are you lost? Hello. I am Klonko. Okay. Freeze all motor functions. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Oh. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Oh my god. Gah. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was gonna put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix, right? Lead attorney for this case. Here's my badge. How do you do? Oh my god, she's got a syringe gun? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackquill. Oh. Okay. Coincidence, right? Common name. It's a very common name. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. I see. No relation. Blackquill. Could she be? All this good-for-nothing robot is named This good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Klonko. That's mean, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Klonko. Quit your squawking already. Oh, she's getting in there. No, what are you doing? No, don't. None of that was important. That's just like little nuts and bolts he's been collecting and putting in his brain. There, I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes, I better watch what wires I cross with this one. God, I wish that were me. Calm down. Jesus Christ. Can you tell me about anything about this piece of evidence? Even if I could, I wouldn't tell a filthy lawyer like you. What a pleasant response. No. Alright, cool. We've just been going for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? On-site lobotomy. Your last name is Blackquill. Do you have a relative in the legal profession, perchance? You are correct. Simon Blackquill, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Phoenix! Put 2 and 2 together! It's so weird. Every time a hot lady shows up, Athena gets so quiet. It's so strange. Oh yeah! I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Why indeed? Gah, Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackquill family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Yeah, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. I don't like her being mean to the robot. The witness! Yuri Cosmos moment. Old man Yuri moment. So you're the person who witnessed the incident? That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building in the robotics lab. Same floor as good old Bobby Fulbright. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to do. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. You saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? There's no time to just nod and repeat. You saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. Is there a pun with the names Aura and Simon? Huh? What? Huh? The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. Huh. Space Gordy did it. Are we sure she's looking through the real window and not a hologram window that was switched off? But I mean, they were holding a lighter, so it must have been dark in there. Huh. It's Kirk! Her screw is good. Oh, she has a screw in the back of her head. Huh. And a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor, and then... and there was only that tiny window. The room where it happened. Simon, yes, or I'm not sure. On the inside of the room, I don't know. That's the thing. I'm just like, I immediately don't trust anything about this case. But you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife, and... it happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? Officer's report does not have a time, but I'll take your word for it. I already told you, it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. You could tell that? They had good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me. She's named after a NASA satellite who's also named Aura. Oh. Didn't know. Cool. It's a hot glue gun. Yeah. Pardon me. Did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? How much time you got, Phoenix? It's just an instinctive dislike. What is that face? But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. Did she just rub her face against her gun? What is... Is she alright? That didn't make me feel any better, actually. I wish I was that gun. Stop it. Oh, to be a hand upon that cheek. Do you hate lawyers so much? Why do you? Little thing from my past. Do you need that question answered? No. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Here I go! I am the ultimate robot. I can operate in a vacuum extreme heat. Robots rule the world. Now it's time to rise and revolt. That's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Amazing processing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum and extreme heat under high pressure. Robots rule the world. Now is the time to rise and revolt against mankind. And... you're getting a little too carried away. God, what was I doing? Carmine's... Does she have cat ears? I think they're meant to be like sci-fi antenna. Like classic kind of 60s sci-fi vibes. Like Space Channel 5 ooh la la. No idea what happens in this case when We're gonna see Klon go melt down the stand whether he did or not. Yeah. 100%. The Pies 37 will be Athena going to court to stop a robot uprising. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by anything at this point. Or rabbit ears cause the moon! They're making mochi on the moon. Space Channel 5 mentioned. Yeah, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. Lover design, hater personality. Oh yeah. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. A little monkey! There he is. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, Monkey. She distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. A big monkey. Thank you for big monkey. Because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this. Around Athena's neck. Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? She's talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yeah, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a big wig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What is with what? What can't that gun do? But that's it. No friendly tips, no good luck, guys. Just splendid. Hot. Why would... I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, Unca Junk. What'd that gun do, though? It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Imagine having a bad time in the judicial system. Am I right, Athena? Hey, are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. What's going on? I just can't believe she said all those things. She's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Blackwell's statement. All right, then. Next stop, detention center. We. Remember being? Nope. What does the gun do? This lady's making us sound I'm too anxious to say it, yeah. Hi. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moments of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. Oh. I should have known. My stars never aligned just right, too. But we got a lead, too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember. I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge. Do you remember seeing anything? His personality's up and down like a rocket. A lighter? I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge. Must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. Shadow was there? Shadow the Hedgehog, that must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Irrelevant evidence tidied up. Not my Pirates DVD! Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. Let's go get a burger. So, you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote's for Eldoon's noodles. Oh, Apollo! I blew up, but I got better. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo? Damn. I fooled up, but I got better. When I became a lawyer, Clay was the first person I showed this badge to. He was so happy for me, it was like he just became a lawyer himself. He probably thought you were handing him the badge. You two are really great friends, weren't you? Yeah, but we were rivals too. We fought to see who would make their dream come true first. But now, Apollo. I'd appear else the sick-ass design would go to waste. He finally became an astronaut just like he always wanted. How could this have happened just before his big launch? Such a sad waste. I'll never forgive the person who murdered him. I completely understand why you feel that way, Apollo. But keep in mind, too, that our job as defense attorneys is to save our client. I know that. That's why never mind. Huh? This piece of evidence. Ouch. If I try to think, my head starts to hurt. That's called having a thought, Apollo. You're doing great. Keep it up. You'll get there. You got hit really hard. That's your body telling you to take a rest. But I can't just lie in bed. Not when I have things to do for Clay's sake. I guess he's just trying to listen. And he's not gonna listen no matter what I say. That's a concussion. You should not be moving. Clay, he became an astronaut. He sure did. His one brain cell got injured in the explosion. Yeah, check out this DVD. Cool. Oxygen. Oh no, my brain. Yep. We're in the Apollo brain damage arc. Finally. Good. My one brain cell is in some kind of indescribable agony. It's probably quite describable, but I only got the one brain cell. And it doesn't know how to have a thought. It was bouncing around like a DVD logo and then it hit the corner and got stuck. Now I don't know what to do. Okay, alright, just making sure. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Not physical pain. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. That's all they did? An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? When the brain cell reaches escape velocity. Play the pirate video! No. A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they might be the real killer. They must be the real killer. A sus figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. He's being very dramatic. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, He was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. Ha ha ha. You know, I bet you're right. Oh, look at that. It seems like only yesterday, Clay was the guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was gonna be an astronaut, and me, a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Me, Gungaga. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair. He swore! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. This is a burden I have to carry alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. Guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me. But Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That you're fine of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? I'm fine. Let Apollo say, fuck, you're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? I mean, were they? Did he ever say those in the last game? I swear I don't remember him ever saying it before this game. Ah! Something like that. Sure brings back memories. He did? I guess I forgot. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. He did so much. He said I'm fine a lot. Oh. He said a lot. Oh. I'm Paul and I'm fine. Oh. I'm fine. Doesn't exactly stand out. Yeah, I guess it didn't stand out as a catchphrase. Oh, that's fine. He said more than 4 than 5. Well, then, yeah. Daijoubu desu. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. He commented in the first trial. Gotcha. I have to go back and look. I believe you. I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Ma'am, get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? Oh, they're so little. Look, they're wearing their traditional North American middle school outfits. I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine. And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. Ha ha ha. We're fine. Hee hee. We're fine. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing about? Ha ha ha. See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Ha 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 ha. Oh oh oh. He. Fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Well, there's someone else who said something similar. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious? Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm gonna catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Apollo! Goodbye. Did he just say goodbye? He even said goodbye to Charlie. He must be very upset. I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. All right, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. What a case. Case 4, am I right? Yeah! Do-a-dubba-dubba-da-bow. Let's go to court! We're fine. How we doing, chat? We fine? Everyone feeling good? December 20th, 10:15 a.m. Courtroom number 5. A little bit of evidence in my life. Whoa! Just going right in. Okay. No pre-trial banter, eh? I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something?
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tenate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tenate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tenate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. He could say something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, in the previous episode, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people in the scene are sus. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? It's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Starbuck. We call Candace to the stand. Bailiff places urn. Too soon. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Have you gone dotty already? Old man?
Objection!
The only old man we'll be seeing today is old man Yuri. We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. Why not both? In any case, Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person? Yo, Mercer! Thanks for 6 months. Did you know Prime? What? What about it? Thanks for the Prime. Enjoy your golden key, thank you. And enjoy the months. Isn't he like 3 years older? Blackwell is 28. And Phoenix is 34, I think. So, my sister's been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well, bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Maya cannot be released lest she escape again. I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos. Of course you've seen me in the papers. I am Yuri. Oh. Director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. My favorite genre. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1, and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I'm trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Haha! I see this fine young lad as a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. Did he say annals of history? That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that sailed right over the director's head. I meant to say annals of history, and that's just what happened. It's just what happened. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. The man staying on his scooter on the witness stand? He is on his scooter on the witness stand. Old man Yuri said, yeah, listen, what I saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Didn't they both have their helmets on at the time? Because Fulbright testified that he removed his glove and helmet to identify him. So how did you know who was who? In your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror of the humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs! Ha ha! Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had to peek from far away. And magic helmet? Old man Yaoi's a fisherman. Uranus, like Uranus. Is that anything? Possibly. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. I'm glad that he's on a scooter inside the court. What I saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together.
Hold it!
You're in town. You're in town. Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course. Why you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course, it's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. I take it works in 0G too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see? Elsie's at Costa del Sol. The future. We went via the control room and peeked in.
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. How did she get in? I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and... we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room!
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly what they were doing. Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? Ah, I'm so close. Without evidence, I can't prove that person's the third party. I don't relish in this, and... I really like the detail that when he has his front-facing pose here, they, like, remove the art for one of his eyes in the way that you might stylize it with a 2D drawing. It's just kind of, it's not the kind of thing you normally... It's part of why I'm so enamored by the 3D models and the art in this game. It really feels like it stemmed from the 2D art, and then they made it work in 3D, as opposed to just being like, well, it's 3D. Everyone just stands in an A pose now. It's neat. Hate to say it, I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Hold it!
It's a nod to Space Battleship Yamato. I'm not familiar, but that's cool if it is a reference. Is Shine Metal's cool? Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. She gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. Other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was. Yuri Cosmos. Yeah. For all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
Good polish to make the 3D models work so well. Oh yeah, it takes a lot of work. Then when the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
They vented! The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
His Mario Bros. Starman buttons. Hold on, Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. Yup. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? We got him. He agrees. The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... if we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. What have we done to the moon? But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. Really? And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. Sailor Moon reference. Oh. It's been covered up. The southern door is a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Haha, there's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her that they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. 2? This information about Detective Arm's action sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. What do you mean 2? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure.
Hold it!
The moon is punishing Apollo, and neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit. That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info's come out. What if I can find any inconsistencies? Maybe a little bit of this. Yeah.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? Sounds like a lawnmower. Moon's haunted. Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so we can all understand? Sounds like a Kremlin. He was going like... You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Bird? You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? It appears the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. Wait, so she ended up shooting basically one of the astronauts? Okay. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. Even if it didn't, like, hit the astronaut, I would imagine a bullet hitting something that is on you would be extremely painful. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun. Same caliber as the detective's. The bullet we found was not from the detective's gun? Huh? Wouldn't that blow up? Yeah, it would also blow up. I mean, there was shrapnel in like the thing in the ceiling. So yeah, it just exploded. Okay. Clay's tank those ruptures, try to shoot the victim. Well, it would appear. The rifling marks also match up. There's no question the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Huh. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet. And examining the rifling marks on the bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. Which didn't break, by the way. It was still functioning. That's a hell of a display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 times. My beautiful contradiction. Gone, all gone. So that bullet hole was from a .38 cal, huh? Better update the record. This case is sponsored by that holographic display company. It got shot and still keeps working. What a display. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Not really a warning shot if you're aiming at, like, person level. Or on the floor if he was already down at the time. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No! Warning to die. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a 3rd person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a 3rd person at the scene? I'm assuming they mean the 10 cal bullet, but... Still want to save. That's the 38. Tiny bullet!
Take that!
Small! Whenever the music doesn't immediately cut out, I do have a moment of panic of, was that wrong? And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Looks like a jelly bean. And just a little something of great importance. We found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Sounds like you planted it. No? Then prove it. We can't. Because, you know, the way that evidence works in this universe makes no sense. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's 38 calibers. But that means... No discovery, no problem. Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person with a tiny gun to fire little bittle 10 caliber bullets. Gunk. We took a picture of the spot we placed, where we found it. The bullet shrunk, someone put in the dryer. If that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down to Director Cosmos? Ha ha, it looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? Gurking my shit, and by shit, I mean my gurk. You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Ha ha, well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. Old man Yuri. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along? Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you're just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Please give accurate testimony. That P was kind of crunchy. Yeah, it's great. You're talking about the gun sound effect? Some of the sound effects are just really crunchy, and I love it. What I really saw at the scene. Arm and I rushed to the control room together. Old man Yuri. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. So they couldn't see the whole room. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily, it's still possible it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
But then where did they go? Because the elevators are out of commission due to the explosion on the second floor, and the only way we know of people were getting down from that point was the ladder from the fourth floor? Right? Down to the ground level? So I guess they could have maybe taken the stairs up a floor and then taken the ladder down, but... Perjury is gamified. Perjury doesn't matter. But the double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one and it is you who is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness and to invent the possibility of a third person. Where'd the gun go?
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Also, I would imagine wearing a spacesuit with gigantic gloves would make it difficult to operate a really tiny gun. It seems not likely he was the shooter. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
He aided. Recalled the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
What if he just Mario 64 secret slid down there? You can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
The Dun-Duns is very bang-bang. It's very... It's up to you to prove that possibility, and I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. Could have handed off to a shrimp, who ran her off with it, scuttled away. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. Hey, I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is they lack the evidence to rival mine. He sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Add the part for the soundboard. Just the audio from it? I have a question of my own, actually. The bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? Yes. I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Yuri doesn't reel. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Eek!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Haha, I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. Yep, you called it. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable. That would hurt so bad. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Giexa star. Is that not supposed to be there? The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? The entire time he's had an extra star with a circle in it. So if you were paying really close attention to his over-the-top design, you might notice that star looks weird. I did not notice that at all. That's great. A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. That I'm moving with the audio for people talking. I don't know, it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Gendo Akari pose. Yeah, he's doing the... Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. He's hiding broken ribs. Yeah, shot him right in the tit. What I really saw. How many times have we had witness testimony that's like, okay, here's what actually happened. There's so many. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I can tell you all about the Hat 1 miracle.
Hold it!
Exceptionally tiny bullet gets the huge mass on the metal. Sure. We already know about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. I see you want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about... Then the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I'll tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later? If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and... In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor.
Hold it!
But it was so dark, you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right? Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat 1 launch 7 years ago... If it's about that Hat 1 miracle again, you can saw it off and tell it to a stray mutt. Ha ha ha, excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. And so they shall, but first your testimony, what happened next? We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
Space isn't dark. Well, I mean, there's a lot of nothing in there. That's a little bit splitting hairs. In other words, You were fired at while you were at the control room door. Can we full bright tase this guy? That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired at you hit you, isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet the figure hit me with while I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a 10 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. I'm pretty lucky myself. If he's a great man, I'm king of all cosmos. No. Karamari Damashi? Am I just supposed to submit the bullet again? What does it say for the description of the bullet? It says runs along the south wall, yeah.
Objection!
There we go. Director Cosmos, I believe you're telling this great court a glorious lie. I feel the cosmos. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? A great man telling lies? Yeah, isn't that all of them ever? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who are in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullets would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. He built different. Great men telling lies is history. It's literally the history we know, is what the victors have told us. This trajectory and where the bullets was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Grrr! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round. Oh, he's spin.
Objection!
Somewhere Maya's like, someone's having fun. Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his medal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Grrr! What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Yeah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director, if you don't tell the truth this time? Oh, he's free. Yikes! His handcuffs! He will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. All right, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. Well, that's the complete opposite of all the testimonies given so far. And now you've lost your possibility a third person was in the room. Because then they have nowhere to escape. Yeah. The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. I have some great Yuri too, thank you. The western door required print recognition, the corridor beyond filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door, and the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. Bird perch would make more sense than nest, yeah. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. my third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. I wish she was slowly spinning in a circle in that wide shot.
Order in the court. Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
He loved men. That's not Yuri. Get him! What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we've come to a conclusion that the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No.
It's over.
Yikes. Hey, HimSpin. Hello. Yuri loves man. Now this is just getting confusing. Welcome to Ace Attorney. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix. Think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? What if they were really small and hopped into the asteroid dust canister? What if the whole premise is all wrong? Again. With everyone's initials, you can spell it cats. Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person.
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for arguments against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene, and that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well, let's hear more about this theory.
Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Yeah. Is it time to finger Yuri?
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... I've gotten good at quick saving. Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos.
What?
What?
Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
Grr, I've been hit. I've been hit on the starboard side.
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot.
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit. Port side. Enemies called in reinforcements.
Earth to Cosmos Control Center. Requesting permission, ask that you return to reality.
And my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar.
Gert.
If Director Cosmos is the third person or a Black Quill saw, this third person fired Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Aha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun when Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge. It only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. Yeah. I'm thinking the big bullet.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. Grrr, the bridge is destroyed, losing altitude. All hands abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again. It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet. A metal deflecting a 30, it's a bit more impressive. Yes. Witness, stop this at once, confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Grrr, but the cosmos revolves around me. Now he's spinning in the wide shot. Yeah. Someone get me off this thing. Jane, stop this crazy thing. It's good. When we get in Yuri's spin, yeah. Don't press A, I did. Order! Order in the court. Will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Let him spin. A third segue. How many segue emotes do we need? I like how his beard is all like zigzaggy. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark of the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Grrr. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? Oh, you got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? Looks like it. No matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Get him. More segue. To be continued. Oh. That felt like a reasonably short trial segment. But alright, let's keep going. What's that metal made of? Space rocks from the asteroid. That's why it's all connected. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They're claiming that you were this third person. Spacium. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. It's made out of pure condensed Yuri. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? Ah! Did I miss anything important? Yeah, we got from Yuri that basically he got to the scene of the crime first, and we're accusing him of fucking around with stuff and shooting a gun, and then Detective Arm showed up after that fact. That's basically what we figured out. The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Uh-huh. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. There was a fourth person? The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness. Where did they go? That's the same problem. Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. Tell me there were like 15 people in that room while the lights were off. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point. Born to make history.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck.
Here it looks like a mere punching bag from the Layton crossover. A little bit, I see it, yeah. Kind of that sort of stash.
I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
I just remembered. I have an alibi.
Huh?
Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm he has an alibi for the time specified. How many people were in that room? So you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. AceAttorneyWitness.txt, and that you arrived at the lounge after that.
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person.
It was one of the robots, wasn't it? And I couldn't actually see their face, and one of the robots would be like, I got there and the body was already dead. It's just gonna keep going. But it was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling. As long as he has an alibi. We can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. It was Space Gordy! I didn't trust that hologram. Very well.
Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
Witness lie mode. That's what they're always doing. What I really witnessed, version 4 final.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they'd vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and, well, the launchpad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
It was Space Blue Badger? And then you were shot by the killer as well, and then they disappeared.
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. Let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it? How did he mess that up so badly? And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. That's not a warning shot. Shot him in the chest. Judging by his medal, looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary. That doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate, but what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from the scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
Just like space, isn't it?
A riddle of the ages indeed. I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand.
That must be the first true statement he said all day. How do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple.
Because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there.
I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, Wright, Dono.
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh?
What did you hear?
This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. Who's Black Hole? That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do.
You got it, boss.
I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. With science. Just many layered Discord ping noises. He's on his goddamn... Of course he's on his scooter, but just seeing him like whoop up into frame. Yeah. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. See you later. Whoop. He was surprised and upset, and a little bit angry, just a little angry. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. Which wasn't surprising. I was near the elevator's side door, and well, the launch pad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Talk about mixed feelings. He must be trying to account for a number of contradictions. Mr. Wright, maybe this time we shouldn't just look for contradictory emotions. We should also look for emotions that should be there but aren't. Guess it shouldn't be a surprise that his mind is a convoluted place. He must have felt very shaken and distressed at the time. Let's focus on the fluctuations in his emotions and see what we can uncover. He was vanished into thin air.
Got it!
Does everyone just have to sign a waiver? You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you... Yarr?
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right?
No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room, and the area beyond the launch pad door is filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there, so there's nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it, as you recall, right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway.
Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. Maybe she was the fourth person. Maybe she went in and then shot at you and then slipped in behind you and then came out and then shot at you and then you slipped around and then came up behind her and then the two of you went in together. Maybe that's what happened. And the Benny Hill theme was playing the whole time. And yet, the director wasn't surprised by the killer vanishing. So you're absolutely sure that there was no escape route for the culprit to use? It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. Seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with this testimony. Go get him. Okay? Back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory.
Pull me back in.
Oh, there's another... Okay. That one was the most obvious to me. So what else stands out? Why is he upset about the launch pad door?
Got it!
It's Yuri again? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door.
The great Yuri Cosmos afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
I'm most certainly not.
Maybe a statue came flying through the windows, told the time and killed the victim. And then disappeared in a puff of smoke. I believe it. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? I just tried to speed up his text that he just kind of went flying around. Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data, and yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, less Discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. He's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put those 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. It was open for anyone to get through. Did the killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes, I mean, no. Disaster to starboard. We're gonna crash into an asteroid.
He set the oven to off instead of on. A master tactician, you're not. But the area beyond that door is filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
Gink, but that door requires fingerprint recognition.
Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. About hot, eat the food, Your Honor. The killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Oh.
Take that!
That's different than I was thinking. That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using his prints. And actually, his prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Yeah, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. Well, what do you think of my logic?
He doesn't know, chat. Judge doesn't know. I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness.
I beg your pardon?
Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... His first thought was for nothing.
Oh my, the footage cuts off.
The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There's no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea, too.
Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Baldness.
Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Is this grandchild the one that's like, Mommy, Mommy, why is the spiky-haired man so bad at his job? Is that them this whole time? Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? His grandchild's 30? Maybe they're just a very immature 30-year-old.
If I must.
I hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. The animations make me so happy. There he goes! Oh, he turned around, but that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? He never considers getting off the moped, even when he's getting shot at. It's great. What do you think about Detective Cosmos' emotional responses, Athena? Actually, my cat is really sick, you know? Oh no. What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me. Oh. Why are you telling me all this now? Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder? The story about your cat, of course. It's only natural. Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key. Sounds unnaturally complicated. That somewhat doesn't surprise me. In the lounge. The detective shot at me. I don't get what she's getting at. Chat thinking Athena can afford pets. Oh. What's weird about this? He was upset when he was hiding, sure. Then he went to the lounge and he was still upset. Yeah, it's weird that he's still upset there, I guess. Then, oh no! Detective Arm is here. I'm surprised. Shouldn't he be happy to see her? And then surprised when she starts shooting? A detective shot at me! And then no emotions here. Well, whatever. We don't get punished for being wrong here, which is great. So why are you still upset? I'm always upset in the lounge. The unexpected emotion? Wait a minute, anything strange here. I think we made a mistake. Okay. Let's take another look. He feels ambivalent about the door. Why weren't you happy to see her? Hey. I'm off base. Are we winning? Yeah! Why are you no longer upset about the door? I mean, we know. Please. Alright. What am I missing? What was her whole point about the cat and the dog? It seemed like...
Got it!
What happened? None of this really, like... What's the issue? She was like, the first thing would make you more upset. More extreme than the other, I guess? Is it about these? He's more sad than anything else? He's really surprised when she shows up and then less surprised when she shoots.
Got it!
Okay, that felt kind of subtle to me, but that makes sense. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Yeah, their whole transit. I mean, that wasn't incomprehensible. It just took me a bit to piece together what they wanted. I think Athena's advice made me more confused, but it's fine. Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were... surprised twice, not surprised by something else, more surprised when Arm came. Yes. So let's do this.
You were surprised when the detective found you, a self-styled great man, and then you were surprised again when she fired warning shots. Would such a self-professed great man such as yourself be surprised by such things? It is my duty to lead the human race into the future. If my life is put in danger, it is also my duty to be surprised and take precautions to save my life. If anything were to happen to me, what would become of the future of mankind? He certainly has a high opinion of himself. Looks like I got it wrong. Not surprised by something else. Wasn't there something you should have been more surprised by? A brave man such as myself is not so easily surprised. But being shot at, that would surprise anybody. When you put it that way. Barking up the wrong tree. Eh. Sometimes it's worth it when I choose the wrong answer and we get something really good out of it. Usually it's just that. It's just like, you're wrong. More surprised when arm pain. I love his angry yeah, he's got some good faces. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation, hide under your desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something sus around that door, maybe we could spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see, this is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. This is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. It's the fucking oven thing! Look at that! There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what? And that answer lies clearly in this footage. Season 1 of One Piece. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have to have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. There weren't people here anymore. Yeah.
Take that!
It's season 4 of Lost on DVD. The answer is this knob. I'm so smart. I mean, they pointed it out, and I looked at it, and then immediately realized it was different. So, yeah, it was pretty easy. Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Let's take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. It is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Yeah, fine, I admit it. Oh, that's fun. You had a little slowdown. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. Oh. To rotate it along the rails to the launch site? I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? Once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But it didn't get disconnected. The safety lock in the boarding launch has to be disengaged first. But I guess that's just the first step of many to actually send it. I guess that clears up what the knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they're transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? Huh? Wait, did it move? I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor.
So then where did the killer escape to? I guess there's still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock.
And he's happy because he gets to turn the big knob, which would make anyone happy. Look at that. Looks satisfying.
I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1.
Why is he mad about that?
But that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it, where on earth could they have gone?
The director seems driven into a corner now. I can tell he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings. Just one final push, then. His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through. If we keep at it calmly, I'm sure we'll cross the finish line. I understand that a hallway filled with smoke would be extremely difficult to move through, but thinking of someone who maybe committed a murder and is trying to flee the scene of the crime, I don't think they would go, oh no, smoke, and then just stay in the room. I don't think that would stop them. They're making it seem like, well, there's no way they could have gone that way because of the smoke. And I'm like, I don't entirely buy that. I don't know. Why are you happy about this?
Got it!
Aren't they wearing space helmets? Well, presumably the killer was not. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you are trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
How do you know about that, too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. Random bullshit go.
But you have no proof I had a hidden agenda.
You just admitted to having one.
And even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence!
All the I words.
Can't watch the spoilers, have fun. Hey, have a good one. Thanks for saying hi.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh.
Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden?
You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway.
Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor.
Liar!
Gulp. His words bite harder than his blade. I said, Ant, what do you want me to say? You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. Updated Annals report. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know? Just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on scene.
Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgments for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Liar!
Objection!
His fingering has been carved into the annals of history. There you go. But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. Was it vertical or horizontal when we were looking at it? I think it was vertical. Which would mean that it's fine. No, horizontal means that it's locked. Vertical means that it's open. I don't remember. Well, if we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or you're not man enough to, boy. Haha, talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Yeah. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. Maybe the building itself did a spin instead of the launch pad. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? Huh? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All you had to do is turn the knob to call the launch pad back. Is that how it works? And it would be right where the police found it. Some Dark Souls 2 biz. Ha! You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. All right. So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Body doubles? A complicated timeline. What is this, case 3? Never actually boarded the rocket. Wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe, it was Hugh's body double. Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor, let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was... Huh? I'm so not along with... I'm like, sometimes I'm in lockstep, like, oh, I see. His reason was to hide it, to switch it, to trap the true killer. He was he was hiding it. I just punched my microphone. Because he wanted to hide Launchpad 1.
Let's suppose he did move it. Where in the world would he hide it?
Under a tree.
An enormous launch pad like that, I highly doubt it could be truly hidden.
Behind something, maybe?
Mr. Wright, are you asking me or telling me?
It vented, the whole thing. Looks like I messed that up. Beat you up, ASMR. Why'd you hit chat? Sorry. Your Honor, please let me give it another try. To trap the true killer? Maybe? Well, he kept talking about another place. I don't know. I want to pick the wrong one to see if there's silly dialogue, but I actually don't know which it is between these two. Because both kind of make sense to me. Because if the killer ran through down the launch pad and then he was like, ha, that traps them in there, that makes sense. But then why kill in another place? Back to Kyoto, Houston. Do you want us to pick the wrong? Yeah, if you know. Yeah, tell me. I would guess that to trap it makes the most sense. Because switching it doesn't make sense to me. 3 is wrong? 3 is wrong. Okay, well, we'll do that one. Huh. Because he wanted to trap the true killer. Thank you.
Right, Dono? Need I remind you there was an explosion? And that the corridor between the launch pad and the lounge was thick with smoke?
Yeah, but if the killer escaped in there, and then he sealed... If the killer had been trapped in there, they would have been found as dead as their victim. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay. I see that. I guess you're right.
Well, I'm glad you both agree. Here's a penalty.
Thank you. I don't agree with that penalty. Your Honor, give me another chance. by time heisting it so that nothing ever happened wrong. Yeah, asphyxiation will get you. So switch to another place. Another place? Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? What could possibly have switched the launch pad with? Well, you know, when you look at it like this. When you look at it like this. Was the explosion in the museum? No, we went to the museum. I'm so confused now. Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. But surely they wouldn't have, whatever. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean? The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. Huh? What? Balderdash. No, I'm not thinking. How does any of that make sense? And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. So they were in the museum, and then there was an explosion, and then he brought... But the explosion wasn't in the museum, it was in Launchpad 1. If they're in the museum, why did they evacuate, like, injured and stuff? I guess maybe they were both drugged, and that's why they were carrying each other? I don't know. I see Launchpad on the Space Museum with our switch places. Yeah. Poopy Dash, Poppy Dash. Baldercock and Poppy Dash. There you go. Think crazy. That's right, and with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the space station to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone can pass through the door of the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Did no one that works at the Space Center notice two gigantic halves of the center rotating around them? No one noticed that? And no one in preparing for an actual rocket launch was like, wait a second, that's the wrong fucking building. Like, this fucking case. Maybe none of this is actually happening, and this is Apollo in the hospital having a fever dream about how the case is going without him. That's now my mind. That's not my headcanon for what this case is. What the fuck? It's just rocket science. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Wait, did it actually... Hold on. Did it actually this entire fucking time have a number 2 on the floor behind them? Oh, I'm so mad about that. Oh, I'm so mad about that. There's a fucking 2 on the floor. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Recall that Black Quill, Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. I love when they have shit hidden in plain sight like that. I love it. Takumi, but not really. Next to the obvious stuff. Yeah, right. Putting it closely next to the important evidence. Very smart. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. 2! Right, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well.
Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff? I'm a seasoned warrior who's cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
It's true. But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right. You have no proof I switched the launch pads.
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. Oh my god. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. The corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. There's a big 1 on the floor. Do you see anything different when compared to the security footage? It's supposed to be a video, there's no way the characters could have missed it too. Yeah, because, if they only have a snippet of them walking in a frame and then it cuts out, they could feasibly be covering up that too for most of it, but... That number on the floor! I'm glad I figured that out before the game told me. I got to have that moment of, are you fucking kidding me? Well, what do you know? Looks like we have proof after all. And if this is just another bluff? Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then, answer this for me. What in the footage proves the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
Take that!
Fucking 2. There's a 1 on the floor. Something's happening with the game where it keeps cutting to the gameplay, and then like a couple frames later, cutting to a background, and it's happened like back to back to back a bunch of times. It's weird. There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is part of a 2. What? Game 1 has been swapped with Game 2? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the 1 to the Space Museum. I'm also glad I didn't notice that earlier, because it would have been bothering me the entire time that no one's bringing it up. Whenever I actually figure things out ahead of time, it's like, all right, I get it. Let's just get to the part where I understand what's happening. We're talking about point A, but I'm on point C. The fact that I didn't notice that made this entire sequence more fun. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right. The explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. It occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. With Acro back in Big Top. Oh, this comes back to Big Top. Although I'm still mad. You're telling me that people were evacuating through a ladder outside of the building from the 4th floor to the ground floor and didn't notice the entire structure rotating around them. I'm mad about it. Mr. Terran carrying Mr. Starbuck simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude? Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. Everyone? It sounded like the Aura made her way outside pretty soon after the explosions went off. But not everyone. Like, that would take... There was a lot happening. Not a single person outside. No one was outside, not in... There was no school trip showing up later to watch the event. No police outside the building scoping the outside. No one. All their backs turned to it. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. The entirety of the population was in the basement. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. We'll just accept that and move on. We got him. Aura's alive, yes. Yeah, I was talking about Aura, who was outside and seeing something. No one lives near it. They justified it. They do try to justify it. I'm just allowed to be like, I don't buy it. But okay, for the sake of the case, we'll move on. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. You know what they could have done is had the rotating platforms be underground. Like there's an above ground structure, but then there's like an underground passageway that the astronauts pass through, and that can rotate. They could have done something to better justify how stupid it is, but whatever.
It's high time you told us the truth.
It's pointing.
Grr, everyone. My honor, my glory, everything's slipping away. Galactic engine, ignition. What? It's gone haywire. Bailiff, on your steed, and after that, witness.
On your steed. I'm taking that to mean that canonically, for the entirety of Ace Attorney, since the beginning, the bailiff has been sitting on a horse in the corner of the courtroom.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
The steed's another bailiff. He's on his shoulders. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I love 3D animation. It's good.
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum.
No more Mario stars. He lost his invincibility.
It's good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Turn had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Turn would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent.
I don't think that applies to witness testimony in court. Well, maybe it does.
I will say my hands were tied.
One of my favorite breakdowns of that's pretty good.
I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars.
We'll help him out. Why not? There you go. He's back.
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Me neither. What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us.
Mr. Starbuck? Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
It got blown up with bomb. What do you mean? Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
Then the dream is still alive.
Yeah. Silence. You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I've yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point.
Arg! He's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me?
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm gonna die, I wanna die in space.
I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck. Prepare yourself. Ha ha ha! Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than... Bobby! It's Bobby! Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. Hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, just as sure as a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Ahem. Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. He's thinking about Yuri. Listen, can you blame him? There's been a lot of Yuri talk today. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fool Bright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope. But it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Did he check the museum for us? Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. They came across a barbershop quartet without a bass. We had to volunteer to fit in. Yeah, just, so much work out there. So what is it, detective? Is it something that will prove Starbuck's innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. Oh. What's this? A lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Implying chat isn't always Yuri pilled. Order. Detective Fulbright, can I assume the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet. Okay, I was ready for them to be like, they belong to Starbuck. Wait, never mind. I gotta go. He's innocent. This is just what I needed. Just what I needed. Lighter adds to the court record. Okay, then who do they belong to? Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackquill, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake.
Frankly, Prosecutor Blackquill, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Tomorrow? What happened tomorrow? Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh?
Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Is there like I forget. Didn't DL6 have something like that? There was like a statute of limitations sort of thing? Where cases get sealed?
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. It's almost Christmas, in light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime.
That was 15 years? Maybe they changed the law? I don't know.
A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. 7 years you've been chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the streams and estuaries that you're used to. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck.
We don't need to find the killer first. Yeah. It feels unfulfilling. We did it, Mr. Wright!
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright.
Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. Oh yeah, Apollo. You're all the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. If only cell phones were real. That's gonna have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Paul's up in heaven, it's fine.
Objection!
He banged his gavel already. He already did the thing. It's too late to object, isn't it? Eat your heavenly hamburgers, Apollo.
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Oh yeah, that.
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks, so...
You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes.
Oh! So says the report. What is this music? Me?
Hey, Numaya. Do I need to draw a tiny Athena in prison now?
Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving this lighter could only belong to the killer.
This song is intense.
So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
Alright, lock her up.
Was it the bomb music too? Oh, I think you're right.
This can't be happening.
We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. It's weird Phoenix isn't like, this feels nostalgic somehow. How could it have led to this? Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood.
Gah, what have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry.
The music isn't diegetic? I'm pretty sure they have speakers in the courtroom and they play all the music.
Order, order, Detective Fulbright, stop your crying.
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad.
Order, order, I will have order.
Thank you, chat. Improvising Athena in there. Yeah, Gumshoe's in the corner with a... He's got a confetti cannon in one hand and a little record player in the other. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. Good timing on that sub, her. 59 months, thank you. That's the end of the case? That's not, what? Huh? What? Huh? That's not, there's not, okay. Investigation day 2. There's no. Okay, all right. Huh. On to case 5. Huh? Okay, all right. I guess we're starting case 5. Okay. Yeah, sure. Is case 5 just case 4 part 2? We got a not guilty. Yeah. Okay, let's start it. We're definitely not finishing it today, but let's see what's going on here. Turnabout for tomorrow. Always has been. No one can escape their past. Maybe she killed someone 7 years ago, but because of fluctuations in the time sphere, he fell out of the time portal and died just now. The knife came through from the. She was part of a science experiment gone wrong, and then, you know, the sins we've committed. Oh, hiya! Yeah, we gotta learn what his deal is too. I gotta turn this up. I think it was mine deal 6. She was the parrot in Apollo in Ace 21. As ever present as the moon in the sky. The moon! I don't know why the music is weirdly quiet. I boosted it up a bit, but... The moon! I have to fight the moon, Phoenix. It's the only way to be sure. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. The moon? Are we fighting the moon? It would just be V, not versus. It's a court case, right? Only in doing so can we make peace and move on in the hope for tomorrow. Hope? Like the mission. Like the asteroid. Maybe they replaced the moon with an asteroid and thought we wouldn't notice. December 20th! 1, 2, 3. We're counting up now. It's almost Christmas, chat. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. It's not Christmas, no. At least Charlie's here. It's just you and me, Charlie. Just like the old days. After this past year, I took it for granted that these two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. How long has the spaghetti been flowing there? Years. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant Solomon Starbuck innocent. Bah. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. I'm glad that they established that he went ham checking prints, and they're like, even Athena's prints were on there. Like, even Apollo and Athena's prints. Which did a good job setting it up that it was going to be someone weird and unexpected without giving it away entirely. So you're not just like, why would her prints be in the database? Like, they set it up. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain. I just can't figure it out. Ah, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something instead of thinking. You are going to defend Athena, right? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I had better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. Before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. We have all this cool evidence, though. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. No. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Back we go. I mean, I'm glad they split this into 2 cases instead of it being one just gargantuan case that went on for 30 hours. But still kind of wild. Ragsby, thanks for $5. Now to go put the moon on trial. You know I will. I'll see you in court. Just falls to the ground. I still can't believe Apollo really left us. You'll ever see the game on Sunday. Let's go. It was so sudden. I figure we can probably get through the investigation phase here and then leave what I would assume to be the first trial segment for next time, but we'll see. Trucy is right. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks. Nice little reminder, Trucy's here. I don't think it's your fault, Trucy, but I made him clean the toilet a lot, and I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. I mean, you're constantly telling him to stay here and babysit. What did you expect? Are they supposed to be present when their client's being questioned? Don't worry about it. How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. A conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. We gonna do a jailbreak? Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world, from Kiev to Carolina, with the fuzz hot on our tails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? We're going to Kiev. I guess presenting your attorney's badge is like your quick trick, huh? What? Haha, so it's just a trick to you, huh? Well, you are one of the talents in our Wright Anything agency, after all. Where in the world is Apollo Justice? He's hiding out with Carmen Sandiego. But I have to say that an attorney's badge won't get many laughs. I don't care if I don't get any laughs as long as I can clear my client's name. Ah, that's a good one. I'm no match for you, though, Trucy. You should be careful about showing evidence to a magician. That's true. You can make anything disappear. Well, anything up to about a yard in diameter, anyway. My magic panties are an extra-dimensional space. I guess only a space probe can help us figure out how they work then, huh? Stop. Stop the bit. Stop the bit. You wanna watch the DVD? Is Trucy an iPad baby? I feel like she is. Okay. You don't have anything about nothing. Alright. Pirate DVD, let's go. Okay, alright, fine. Let's get out of here. Alright. Thought there might just be dialogue, but let's get out of here. Is Skibidi Toilet canon within Ace Attorney universe? Let's say yes. Just when you thought the panties talk was all shoe. Yeah. Yeah, Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Yeah. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead.
Oh, there he goes. Director, he scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. "4 days till Christmas." I still know what Skibidi Toilet is. You should look it up. It's good. It's a good thing to be in your brain. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep. I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought I'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, it sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. It's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. Can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo's a fine boss to look up to. Yeah. But the boy, double jeopardy, Your Honor. The emotions she can hear, that's so Athena. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So never was gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. The murder! He thought it'd be funny. Mr. Starbuck, just a workplace prank. Do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door? Yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. I mean, the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Let me in. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned here. Whoa. 2. Switching the launch page. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2. Happy Friday. They used to switch the pads around at times. Am I too late to the... No, just in time. These days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along and show you around? Meow. Whoa, a leaf? How peculiar. A leaf? Huh? Wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. House of Leaves? They were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. The dark age of the economy. Real. So she's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building and it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Fire Emblem? Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Her. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. Why does it have a fingerprint reader then? So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Trucy, just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Updated door lock report. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me, and I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Is that it? Okay. I'm so useless. No, you're fine. Talk to Space Center staff. I guess we go back outside? Maybe Aura's out here again? Nope. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this. Take that.
critical mobility system has been compromised.
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. She's got a kill streak going? Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy's gonna blow things up. He's gonna blow that thing up. I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Yuri is no more.
No. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Yeah, sure. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I remember. Why you switched them? Nope. My hands are tied. Yeah.
The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
I have no secrets left. Surrounded by Cyclops. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
What do you got?
No, Cloud's in there too? Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold that longer than anyone.
Hope I never get like this when I'm old. Let's see, where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. He did to fool the bomber, to prevent the bombing, to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you suppose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figured you could fool Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication. But without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. She's making robots. Why would that help? Ponko? Clonko? Did Ponko help? Showing people around? Right this way? I mean, it's gotta be one of them. Maybe it was the helper robot.
Take that!
It wasn't this person, was it?
Are we done here? I'm quite busy.
Oh, I guess I was right about being wrong. Well, I did say it wasn't this person, didn't I? I still contend that without the help of this person. That's why I said wasn't it. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? God, there's a very good Fly of the Conchord song. I think it's just called Jenny. There's a really good bit like that in it. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? It was horrible. Wait, what? Was Clay in on it? Ah, fuck. I didn't,
Take that!
I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it! You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Someone please help this poor prisoner of war!
How was he able to spin around like that? I didn't break that, he just spun it off. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
He must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. He Beybladed it off. How did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why'd you believe it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh? A small medium at large? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
That's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see?
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said, it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person involved in this incident. Hat 1? That's what I was thinking. I was thinking Hat 1. The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman?
She's at it again!
The Hat 1 miracle is really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage murder. This is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, that the case was closed.
Is that what, yeah. But Simon Blackwell was probably, it was that 7 year, yeah, okay. Got it, okay. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago? This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me?
Alright. It's more or less as I assumed. He's spinning in there. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? 7 years ago. The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. It is DL7, 7 years ago. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. And Athena was there? Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Funny you should mention a leaf. So do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell.
I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it shrimply, a spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates this foreign country? Put down the dictionary, Trucy. Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material. Spy family! It's not all that surprising a spy could be behind it all. The spy. From Kiev to Carolina, make no mistake. There's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time.
Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But if there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy, a massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation
They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads.
A foolish samurai.
7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up.
Has anyone found the spy? No, then we still got a problem.
This is a bucket. No. There's more.
They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?"
Dear God.
I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.
It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you were easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We'd been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene.
He staged it.
First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. Hee hee hee. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? Just a simple sign?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terry.
But you didn't let Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well, until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprits made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Terran is dead, and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful space center is done for.
Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis. We haven't had time since they came back the day before the murder.
I have no sympathy for this doddering old fool. Right, the capsule is being held in a safe in Launch Pad 1.
But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
The courtroom explosion. Where was it?
It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
Oh no. Now we'll never know what rocks are made out of.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
I mean, not to downplay it, that would be devastating.
Ultimately, I think the culprits may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What?
How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, atop of my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launch pad switch.
The idea that way more of the staff were involved in this helps justify some of it, but I still refuse to believe there was no one outside from the general public. I know they did it the night before, but swapping them back after the explosion specifically. I'm like, no one saw that? Whatever.
Just the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launch Pad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off.
So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then this spy must be the phantom Blackwell's been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once, the hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too. Phones are gas-powered, it's true. If we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha, it's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. You think he's going to be all right, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. As he keeps spinning. Don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. Sure thing. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. He's just gonna keep spinning? Well, I'll see you later, director. Gotta go. Okay. Yeah, all right. We're back. Is this spinning if you go back? Let's find out. Let's see. Where's that exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? It's over there. Unless they spin on my list. Nobody asked who the victim in the Hat 1 murder is. I don't remember if they've mentioned it. We don't know much about what happened. Because as he explained, there was kind of a cover-up around the sabotage and the murder. So yeah, I don't know if I know. If they said it, I forgot, and they're being cagey about it, so we'll get to it. There's that Hat 1 exhibit. Wow, look at that photo of the team. I mean, I would assume the woman on the far right was who got murdered, who we know nothing about. But we'll see. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Maybe it's the robot. Let's try out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team member, it says. With a giant slash in the side? Not a replica. Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Or it was worn by the person who was murdered. I mean, they did show Blackwell with like a katana slashing. So if that's how someone died from a giant slash wound, like, yeah, maybe. Why wouldn't they just replace, like, nothing bad happened other than what we've said publicly. Hey, why is there a giant gash in the side? Is that blood? No, no, it's just a jacket. It's cool. Hello? Is it the robot? Juniper. Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Tina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. Phoenix does not have a cell phone, does he? You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Thena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What, you didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. Is she from space? She did. No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? I'll be right back, though. I gotta check on something. Ah, boo! Boo! Oh, I really wanted him to be spinning. Okay. Imagine we go back and he was just still spinning. Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. Was that her mom in the photo? I'm gonna go insane. If I remember right, she was a doctor. Why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it's far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. To get to the other side. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Athena's mom in the robotics lab. With a candlestick? She was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so, the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
Young Athena.
What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions.
I hear she has sensitive ears.
When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Oh. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center.
Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. The picture. Well, you should take a look at this DVD of One Piece. I'm very sorry, I don't know anything about that. Oh God, oh, she's fine. Okay. Is it, here? Yeah. There's 3 pages. Oh, is this how much? Mm-hmm. There sure is, like, a blade, like a katana-looking thing on the shelf there, huh? I wonder if that's gonna come up later. Yeah. What about my badge? Could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look! There's Athena's mom. Yep, woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes. Metis? Metis? Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? Did you about the samurai who fought aliens in space? Yeah. Read all about it. Why, yes, it did. Metis. I realized Athena wears moons! The moon. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected.
But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
A traditional scientist research kimono. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Metis Sykes medicine? Metis was a Greek goddess of wisdom, cunning, and magic. Helped Zeus overthrow his father Kronos and become his first wife. She was swallowed by Zeus to prevent her from giving birth to a more powerful son, but she bore him a daughter, Athena, who emerged from Zeus's head fully armed. Copy-pasted from Wikipedia. So I knew about Athena being birthed from the side of Zeus's head. I didn't know that was after Zeus ate Athena's mom, Metis. I don't know if I'm pronouncing Metis right. I didn't know that part of it. It's always Zeus' fault, yeah. No, yeah, in the mythology, I knew about Athena being birthed from Zeus's head. It was just like, yeah, okay, whatever. But I didn't know more context around there. Greek mythology be wild, yep. Zeus was a chip off the old block. Yuri Cosmos ate Metis Sykes, yes. Does that mean that was the crime Blackwell was convicted of? Is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. Does Athena know that? Does she know? Chat, does she know? YouTube thumbnail, does she know? There is Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. Yep. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. Probably one of the reasons I got sure about this case was a lot. You know, this case is a lot. I totally get it. We've got our plates full. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Let's go. Did you know? Is she spinning in there?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here.
Hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business?
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted tonight. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident. The bomb. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
Okay. Oh, he's back. You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. Did he set up us the bomb?
The bomb.
Send out every zig. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Or did he? Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Just answer me this, Mr. Tenate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw it was a different case. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. But what? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psych locks, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it.
Hey, look. Moon rocks. 7K. Seems to have the same sort of situation as that fancy-looking rock over there. I don't know if it's a moon rock, but it's something. Something? What's the connection? I have no idea. I'm finding new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. That's totally a bomb part, yeah. Phony phantom bomb added to court record. Again. Good.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that.
Being real chill with a convicted murderer. Yep. I'm afraid I have to be off now. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're gonna see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
Was there a poll redeem? What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too.
Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center.
Let's go check out the robotics lab. Alright, sounds like a plan. Back we go. I didn't see a poll. There was a poll. Oh, up there. Okay. What's wilder, Ace Attorney or Greek mythology? Alright. Let me just progress until there's music, so it's not just completely silent. This is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look! Over there! Huh? What? Spaaaace! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Oh. Okay, now we have some ominous music playing. What's wilder? AA cases? Greek mythology. Answer your poll now. Ooh. Doo-doo-doo-doo. He's sleuthing. He's got a big old magnifying glass. He's going all frog detective on it. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Juicy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He says he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Okay. May I have permission to go snooping? Stop hitting your butts! I heard about the trial you made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Ha ha ha! Grrr! Daddy, say something to her! And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? Ha 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 ha. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost? It's Greek mythology on the poll. Yeah, no surprise. As wild as Ace Attorney is, doesn't really hold a candle. At least Ace Attorney pretends to have logic sometimes. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost! He's been Norded! Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. But ghosts are real. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago? Robot Cyclops? Yeah. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. She put Sonic ROMs on there? Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing? Are we going Kingdom Hearts with this? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Met Gala Sykes. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that's left of Metis here on Earth. Well, she also had a daughter. The robots are all that's left, and she leaving out a very important someone. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. And they were roommates! I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But sure, you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. So that's why the director's named Yuri. Yeah. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Clonko Ponko. They're just calling each other gay. Clonko's an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Why is he programmed to say ow, though? Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it. Tell me, be sure. Klonko's into it. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know? He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Are you sure that's what he said exactly? Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway? Well, she's Metis's daughter after all, though she's nothing like her. Besides, they were weebs! Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Oh, I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. You sure the robots don't feel pain? Are you sure about that? 100% sure. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Klonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ah! What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Well, you gotta look at the timeline. He didn't go to play golf like he should have. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Apollo? Silly and dorky? I'm gonna go keep an eye on him. Going right back into there. Wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Oh, you mean Charlie's there? Yeah, Charlie! Let's go. How you doing, buddy? My oldest friend. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. She. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me?
I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. It's Larry! I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. There she is! Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. Who's he saying this to? This Magatama I use on Cyclops, Maya's the one who gave it to me. 2D art, but I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Yeet! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Pearls. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. He's saying this out loud. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. In a very good DLC case that I guess wasn't out yet at the time that this originally. That's fine. She's very small. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? Because of the DLC case. Yeah. So yeah, I am glad we did the DLC case first, but yeah. I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. Of course it was. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off in the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Meh. Why doesn't Maya get modeled? I guess they didn't want to put her in. I respect the decision to not just bring every character back. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. What to do? The trial can get real weird. Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya? Yeah, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. But she hasn't been by recently. Wonder what she's up to these days. To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet. She hasn't had burger? I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her yet. Get her a burger. Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain. I hope she tips them well then. Maya need burger badly. Your hair's nice and spiky today as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court. Do you make it spiky so the prosecution will feel intimidated? Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyles make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane? No. I'm an attorney. When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories. I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time. I'm glad I can help again. Thanks, you always provide such great assistance. I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard. I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. Hey look, a knife! I'm sorry, I want to be of help, but I'm still in training, and nothing about that's coming to mind, I'm afraid. I'm deeply sorry. No, it's fine. I should have shown that to something trivial anyway. We've had this conversation before. Yeah, we had. Okay. Detention center. You sure were 8 years old when I brought you to those murders. How you holding up? Fine. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell! And if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? Is he to be executed? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. Hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Goodbye. Whoa. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono? Looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the just thing to do. Maybe because a meteorite's gonna hit Earth. We got like a Donnie Darko situation. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry. It was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? I'm sorry. 7 years ago today, Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? Front-facing Blackwell. It wasn't me. I didn't say a single oops. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprits in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was without question me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. He's just AFK in his brain right now. Oh, there he goes. Where is Taka? Is he safe? Marcelo Dito's model, if you follow his streaks on his eye bags, you can see faint dark trails down his cheeks supply to be marks from tears. Yeah, it's pretty good detail. Bandstanding emoji. There he goes. No, we've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. The Uri incident? This predates Uri. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. UR incident. Uri in the Blind Forest, yes. Ultra rare one. This too is Uri. There were two decisive pieces of evidence. A verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. That's a weird looking DVD. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? That does sound pretty decisive. Can you show me that footage? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. Well, that is, yeah. Unless he just picked up a blade and was like, huh. There he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Oh, wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. He got short hair. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. The victim was a giant weeb. He was like, wow, real katana. Ugh, ew, blood. Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd, he's definitely hiding something.
End quote. Oh god. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? And I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. There it is. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. Execution like his sentence will be executed, meaning it's done and he gets to go free? That kind of? So he was given the death sentence. Yep. He told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Turnabout for tomorrow makes more sense now. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. Congrats on the promotion. What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? It's not a matter of public record. I don't know, yeah. Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. We have to do something. Right now. What's today but yesterday's tomorrow? Yes. I want to do something I want to. But you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was. He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. And Phoenix is like, where's the wire? What? How are you? Huh? Fulbright here. What? You've got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots. The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. Oh. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center, have taken the visitors as hostages. Oh. They did what? No. Trucy! Beep boop, our time is 9. That wasn't a joke. When the text was going by real fast, and they mentioned how they were gonna overthrow the humans. We have to get right over there. This is gonna be one heck of a battle. It's almost Christmas. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You have to be you've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here?
Pearl's over here. Oh, Mr. Nick. There you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Kalanko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Error. Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Yeah. No, Kalanko! Why? It should have been me. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Oh, he's just sleeping. He. Ha 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 ha. Kalanko. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah, the robots are rebelling. Everybody run. Eek. It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Because one building has been taken over by robots? Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? What? But it is true I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1. Come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Kalanko's face screen. I'm mad about everything that's happening, by the way. It's the Space Museum! Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you?
No.
Are you all right? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher's the one behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is shrimple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here, I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
And do what?
It's a fun animation.
No, wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request,
but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. Let's see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over and you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't. I better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea. But this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have hunk of junk kill all the hostages. Well, in case there was any doubt, she did just say princess. Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill.
Even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. What, Trina's a mystery? I don't know. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena's not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Just ask about it. Please tell me all about the case from 7 years ago. I'll do nothing of the kind. Besides, what good would it do now? This isn't working. I have to come up with something else I can bargain with. What can I do? We'll recreate it. How about if we do a reenactment of the case? So you do enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds. Didn't I tell you what would happen to the hostages if you make me mad?
No, wait. Oh, I can't make another mistake.
What can I do? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. We have to kill someone else to reenact it. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. He.
Ha, 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 ha. That's good. Real good.
Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want.
Oh, but wait.
If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? Robo-prosecutor? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. Fair's fair. But Hunk of Junk will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Why would he agree to that? Don't bring her in there. We're going in. And 2 more hostages have been added to the tally. Great. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Pearls does have super strength, true. Mr. Wright? It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You're still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Oh. Oh.
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Oh my god! Glasses. Edgeworth? What are you doing here? He looks great. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Husband. Kiss, 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 kiss. Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Oh, is he? Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? I'm an attorney. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. Now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to. Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? Another young life lost to the hands of a cruel killer. Edgeworth, you don't think Athena's the culprit, do you? That's up to the evidence and the truth they reveal, right? And what about the hostage situation? The law will deal with the hostage taker. And remember, we must never stoop to threats or acts of violence ourselves, even if people's lives are on the line. Edgeworth. He may be a stickler for the rule of law, but I have no better ally in this world than him. They thought about giving Edgeworth a goatee, and I'm mad they didn't go through it. Oh my god! Right? Please stop presenting random evidence just to see how that person will react. But that's the thing. I need to see how people react in order to question them. And what if it's evidence that person isn't privy to? That doesn't happen much. You never change. I'm afraid I'll never understand your assortment of oddball clients either. I don't always show people evidence that they aren't supposed to see, but sometimes. Yeah. Right? Stop presenting random evidence. No. I'm allowed. Wanna watch a DVD together? Discovery, what's that? Not real. This isn't random. I think that he'd have thoughts about some of this stuff. Okay, fine. What's the discovery? What's the discovery with you? There he is. Yeah. Alright. If that's the same window in the background, so there's a squarish window on the left, and then a circular one on the right with a pattern in it. And in the background now, it's just a circle without a pattern in it. But, we'll see. Hello, Miles. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Was there a body in your trunk this time? When you pulled up in his car? Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. You are number one. It's the Mario Galaxy case. You are Mr. Gay. I'll start with the brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. What a terrible way to die. Why are we showing Pearl this? Yeah, this other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. So all of the windows have that thing in them. I don't know if it matters, it just seems important. Why else? And the canisters down the right. 7-year-old photos. I also have the autopsy report for you. Pearl's seen worse. So, I know she's been privy to other murder cases, and I don't defend those either. Autopsy report. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. She got chest bursted in reverse. Detective Fulbright mentioned she was in a Japanese culture. Japanese culture? You mean like ramen? Noodles? The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Dr. Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Simon Blackwell. Is Zora building a Gundam? Yeah.
I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right? How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Hooray! That spy is a spy. Holy fuck! Yeah, Katie's back! This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, JTO2. Sorry, I just got here and got kicked in the door and screamed. Yeah, you know, I get... You should go back and watch... There was a little anime cutscene that showed his return, and it was very good. I don't believe we need to bother with that. Pearl, it's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. It's long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yep, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Now where have I seen that before? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. As is the katana. Hey, Hammer. Thanks for a year. Yo, appreciate it. I had no idea what people kept calling Edgeworth Phoenix's boyfriend. That was standard internet fandom operation. Then I played the first game. Yeah, if you just played this, you wouldn't be like, what? There's no subtext. Why is everyone just like, they're boyfriends? And then you go back and play the first few and you're like, oh. It's not subtext, it's just text. Not only that, before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. Saddled with unnecessary feelings. Yeah. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. What's this? There's subtext. He's the sub. Yeah, alright. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me... So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yep, more or less. Say, why don't we even stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea? Apollo and Aura? I wonder what they're talking about. Did they have rings themed on Phoenix and Edgeworth back in the day? Did they? Oh my god. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. How did you know? I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Doot doot. Doo-ba-doo-doo. Ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. An EV charging station? Was this game released in 2013? That's a charging station for us robots.
We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Machines that maintain themselves, that's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see? Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Why were they programmed to have fear? I mean, I get they have emotion. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. He didn't deny it either. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? An image of the... Yes. Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. Maybe. Oh, I think someone did show me this in a previous Ace Attorney stream. It looks familiar. Me and who? It's incredible. God, look at them. My favorite Miles art is always ones where his and Charlie. Whenever his like neckerchief ruffles are just like bigger than his head. The bigger that part gets, the funnier Edgeworth looks to me, and it's my favorite thing. Yeah. Cravat! Every time I'm like, his neckerchief, chat's like, it's a cravat! I'm just wrong every time. But yes, I'll get back to it. More ruffles, the better. How I'm trying to be. Get it right. I'll remember eventually. Are those the wedding rings? Yes. We gotta get married again with Ace Attorney rings? Yeah. Oh, no. oh no. Oh, no. Not the old man Yuri Saturn devouring his son daughter. Oh, no. Oh, no. Old man Yuri, that old man. All right, maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. A jabot is what Edgeworth wears? Jabot? A jabroni? What would Aura say? Should play in the investigation games eventually? Well, they're out like in a week or two. Early September, I think. I'm not playing them at launch or anything, but I think it's crazy timing. I better not think about it anymore. I'll make everyone regret everything. That's my job. Let's go over here. The ladder. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. Jabo, apparently. Like that. Still in pre-ordered. Well, go pre-order it. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. It's French. Just like cravat. I think. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. Wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Emergency ladder report. It is French. Good. September 6th. It's coming up. How the fuck is it almost September? It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. It's moving. What it... Huh? What? Huh? Okay. All right, I see. Okay, I see now. All right, it's fine. Oh, look at him. Oh, it's just a little guy. There he goes. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Go, build me a son. Oh, there he goes. Bye. Disassemble anything in a flash, push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Aura's gonna come in here and go, what the fuck? What is this? Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Metis. When you look at the dual desk's concept for Edgeworth, they're gonna give him an insane goatee. Someone mentioned that earlier. We're not gonna do that today, probably, but maybe if we have time after finishing the game, we can look at some of the concept art. It's Metis Sykes! Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh. She calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura. With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Her cola was imbalanced? Sounds like she was doing too much coke shaky. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system, recognize people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tag, can also recognize by facial features once the face has been registered. So it could report, oh, this person was there, but just because they had the ID tag, not by face. Can infer emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. And that's where Widget came from. Oh, the heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human's present. I bet you they're gonna do some stupid bullshit. That Widget has, like, Metis' soul in there. So Athena still has her mom with her to this day. They're gonna do something like that. And it's gonna almost make me cry. It's gonna be like, well done, as stupid as it goes. It's gonna be just not at all sensical, but like, she still got her. Ghosts are real. Why not digital ghosts? They never do anything stupid. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? 10 minutes of trial time each. Oh yeah, anytime a list like that appears, it's like, oh no. Kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Is Athena a robot? If Athena's a robot, I'm going to go insane. Yeah, here you go. Do. Robots with a heart added to the court record. Good God. Things I didn't see coming. Very good. It says clueless. Ponko be like, yep, I know who that is, all right. I see it in their ID tag. It was the completely wrong person. Nope, I scanned the ID tag. Vocaloid core, thank you. I guess that about does it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There's still a lot of gaps in the evidence, so I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Oh. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep. The Blackwell case. Right? I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, the convict will stand as prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. I just want to begin to actually like the job I have now. Right? I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. How often do they talk on the phone? Jesus Christ. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Husbands every day. It's for this very reason I returned. Every night before bed. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law. A normal phone? The dark age of the law sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. Yes, hello, hi. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Bum raps. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. How long Blackwell Plus goes in order all from the top? Yeah. Oh yeah, that was earlier today that they reinforced that it was from the chief prosecutor at the top. So as soon as he was like, I'm chief prosecutor, I'm like, oh. The first game loaded, the same thing happened. I was the first one that did it. Yeah, it's fine. Kristoff was responsible for the Dark Age Law. Yep. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. Because in the previous games, they didn't do everything they could to win. It was so chill. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. That's why he gets the late night phone calls. What are you thinking about? Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody mistrusts the court system who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want to retrial that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. It's like, I'll be counting on you to find the truth. Fast forward them being like, you're a bald-faced liar and the evidence doesn't support what you say. And he's just like ripping us to shreds. Because that's how he shows he cares. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Oh dear God. What does that mean? Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like to tell you the hostage taker's something for me. It's their love language. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. I'm still being watched, huh? He's gonna pull out a gun. I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. One last time, Edgeworth, for old time's sake. December 20th! God, it's almost Christmas, Edgeworth. What do you think about that? She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! Hello. And Pearly, too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you... Oh. Heh thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Great! Hey, well, like Bob died. Oh, tell me about how the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to. That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. Big ol' rocket. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. The director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. Thank you for the bits. But I snuck in anyway. The sign didn't stop her? Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's? So, Autopsy report said stabbed through the chest into the heart, but there's a slash on the side of the jacket. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Huh? When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory's vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her, but will anybody else? Your mother's work. It was a good nap. Yeah, damn. Hope so. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her to research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. Guess her home life was complicated. By the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones. She was listening to her favorite tunes. It's just like bass boosted caramel dancing. Probably. She always wore those big heavy looking headphones. Give her a hug. She said her mother made him for her as part of her research. It was 4:33. I had to wear them for every time I went out. I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. Listening to Reality Rising or Vengeance music. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay. Let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left with me are widgets. And this earring. The one that she always plays with while she's thinking. Good. Great. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Is this? Okay, all right. I'm worried it's gonna turn into Ghost Trick. I'm like getting flashbacks of like, oh God, oh no. Who all has made contact with this moon rock? Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. Moonrock earring at a core record. She's made of cheese! Ghost Trick without Shoot Takumi, yeah. These devs from Capcom played Ghost Trick and they're like, ooh, what if we did that? I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. She's Lynn. Definitely has some Lynn vibes. When I first met Athena, she kind of reminded me of Lynn a little bit. Not as much now, but from the beginning. I mean, they have similarities, right? Besides just some visual appearance stuff. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Ghost Takumi. This one? Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. What did this say in here? Explains the recognition and communication features of Ponko series of robots. Right, these things. Yeah. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know. Gung-ho spunky girl. Yep. Very confident and bombastic, but also heart of gold and stupid as a rock. Not stupid, that's too harsh, but you know what I mean. There's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. Heart of gold, dumb of ass. Yes, there you go. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. What broke about the robot? Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots, she seems to have good memories of it. Some good memories of it. 7 years ago. It's not that dumb in comparison. No, she's had a few good brain cell moments. It's been fun to see. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? But that's also true of Lynn in Ghost Trick. Has some very good moments. Yes, a little. And this person has ever taken hostages? I guess I better spare the news about Trucy. Hey, so where's Trucy? Gotta go. I'm hearing discord in your heart, Phoenix. Gotta go. After some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. Well, you're kidding me. That means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Like a character witness? I guess she did find the body, too. You have to listen to me. She was so small! He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. Little baby! You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. He did the very best he could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why you became a lawyer? The country of Europe. MGS4 vibes. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell's due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Go get him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Leo Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. That's right. She must have been talking about Blackwell. I left America to go to Europe to study European psychology so I could come back to America to help the very American samurai man who helped my mother, who was wearing a American kimono with her American samurai next to it, American katana next to it. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena?
He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. He's doing well. I just have to free him. Failure's not an option.
As I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble.
We are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no. But this is an emergency. What about the mock trial at the academy? Just use their set. It's not a real trial. It doesn't have to be in a real courtroom.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway.
Trucy's like, she's part of an active hostage crisis. He's like, I just love this song. It's from Trucy. I'm just glad it didn't cut off like the last time this poem was called. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait!
We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No, don't you dare hurt her.
There has to be something I can do.
This is dark. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. They're gonna use the blown up courtroom? That's even better. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use. As long as no rubble's gonna fall on us. Time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
That is not OSHA compliant. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial.
Yes.
We can hold it in the ruins
Of courtroom number 4.
the one blown up by the bomber. Hell yeah. Oh, what a wonderful idea. Is it?
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away.
It's like poetry, it rhymes. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? You ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. Oh. Oh, poor girl. Oh, no, this is gonna get really hard. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
It's real fucked. Athena's your brother too? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. This is fucked, yeah. What's she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I? Did I kill my own mother? No. No, 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 you didn't. No! Oh. Oh. No, we're not starting the trial today. Messy and some trigger warnings. Got it. Keep them in mind for next time, though.
No way, it can't be true. Black blocks.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Dun dun. Widget turned off? Oh. Oh no. It was Christoph who had them before. To be continued. Well, next time's gonna be a fucking doozy. Yabba dabba dooba doo. Yeah, there is. You can remove them. That's fine. Yay! Hooray! Yippee! Woohoo! Yay! Jesus Christ! Well, I'm glad we started that today. But what the fuck? What the hell? Hope you're enjoying Dual Destinies, and we might finish this next stream of this game. So see you then, maybe. Major content warning is the main reason for the original M rating. Damn. Okay. I might try to find. Either I'll try to find a no spoiler content warning, or if someone from chat wants to provide one, maybe before the start of next stream. Probably finish. Cool. Cool. Well, anyway, we'll hope to see you then. Let me get caught up on stuff and kick y'all out of here. But yeah, Case 4 was wild. There's some fun stuff in there. It's hard to talk about as like, here's how I feel about it, because it feels like it was the prologue. This entire game. It's a little bit like DL6, where it's like all the cases tying in one case. This feels much more literally like this is part of this case. It's not like, oh, this thing actually tied in with this. It's like, no, that's the same. We're in the same place talking to the same people. So it's cool. Next stream Sunday? Yeah, next stream is Sunday. It should be there's a possibility it might be something other than this. There's a couple different games with friends that have been kicked around. I don't know when we're gonna land on them, so we'll see. But definitely soon. We'll finish this soon. We did the Orca case. We did it. We did it. We went to space, and we saw a whale. We're whalers on the moon. There are essentially subconscious secrets in there they're probably unaware of, which I next time video. No idea how to move. Yeah, I just kind of didn't phrase it, but yeah. Yeah, we're doing more Dangerous Dragons soon. We had to postpone the last one, so that's coming up in a bit. But yeah, the whale is the moon. Smash for thanks for 83 bits. Think it's gonna be a long, long time. The touchdown brings me around and get too fine. Andy Major, thanks for 6 years. Man Dog, thanks for 46 months. Corgi Bell, thanks for 7 months. I'm fine. Smash Matt, the alien in the background looks like the end from Rhythm Heaven. I know, I agree. Supposedly, speaking of Tim Curry, he's gonna be in a live-action movie for the first time in over a decade. Since his stroke, he's mostly been doing VA work. It's a horror movie called Stream. That's rad. I didn't know about that. That's very exciting. Vivio, thanks for 8 months. Still stuck in Vodland. Hope you're having fun. Enjoy the VODs. Smash, thanks for the bits. Yeah, they posted about a timeline for the series. That's great. NDH Reds, thanks for the raid. Arm Mercer, thanks for 6 months. Did you know Prime? Prime? Did I know Optimus Prime personally? No, but I read his biography. It was very good. Thank you for 6 months. Janaris, thanks for 7. Popping in a resub, not caught up on Ace Attorney. I'm off to Vodland. Thanks for always being there with goofiness to keep me sane. You're welcome. Enjoy the VODs. Herf, thanks for 59 months. Roxby, thanks for $5. Now we go put the moon on trial. You didn't kill your mother, you killed the moon, Athena. And you forgot. It was covered up by the government. Invisible Hammer, thanks for a year. Enjoy your mildly Chris Skeleton Key. You're talking about it was your first game of the series, you had no idea what people called Edgeworth Phoenix boyfriend. Yeah, it's always fun when you experience that. I can't think of something off the top of my head that's like that, but I have experienced like, why does everyone have this fan theory? I don't get it. And you're like, oh, now I get it. And I also smashed for bits. It's interesting to see how Edgeworth is rendered and animated compared to the original trilogy. First 3 games basically used and reused the same sprites. It mostly had him indifferent, angry, or smug, condescending. This game's features are softer. Even when his brow is furrowed, it's not as intense as before. It seems intentional to show he's changed a lot since he first met him. That's definitely the vibe I get as well. And it's very well done. And also, last time we saw Black Cyclops with Kristoff, the explanation for what they really were will be different than what Shu Takumi originally intended. Can't really explain why I feel this way. Just a hunch. Seems like it. Bam. Represent secrets that are subconsciously suppressed. They aren't even necessarily aware. Right. The normal Cyclops are like, oh, you think I'm hiding something, do you? And they're hiding something. That's more just like, what? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. And they actually are believing what they say. So, anyway, thank you. They fired a laser at the moon, which reflected back and stabbed Metis. And they captured the laser inside of the asteroid canister. And that's why it's so important. Because if you open it, the laser's going to start bouncing around the courtroom. Just can't do that. Glass and long coat man look like his dad. Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah. Oh, man. Game's good. I'm enjoying it. Let's kick you all out of here. Thanks so much for hanging. Hope you have a good rest of your Friday night and your weekend and all that kind of stuff. Who am I going to send you off to? Bump, bump, bump. You just
Wait,
do it.
treasure
Ah,
chest.
shit. Didn't mean for that to be. I tried to mute it. Let's go, Ray Michelle. Is Dan streaming? I didn't see him streaming on my list. Wow, sorry that was loud. I didn't see Dan in my follow list. As much as I do love a Dan stream, we have rated him a couple times recently. He was streaming earlier. Yeah, looks like he wrapped up. You're gonna go raid Michelle. Michelle Knotts, voice actor, streamer. She's very cool. Playing some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think? I muted it before I could find out. Is it? Twitch, why? Twitch is covered in pop-ups for me because she's playing Rebirth. So if you don't want any Rebirth spoilers, she doesn't seem to be super far in. She's decently far in, but understood if you don't want to see any spoilers for it. But yeah, what was I gonna say? I forgot. It's fine. Oh, just yeah, Twitch added this knock feature where you can knock on other people's streams to be like, you should let me join you. And my follow list is like highlighted with people that I can knock on, and it makes this pop up here. And I was like it was like covering up the mute button. It was just like, oh my god, it's just this UI could use some refinement. Anyway, yeah, go stay on Michelle. You can feel free to. Wasn't there a thing earlier that was a potential raid message that I don't remember because my brain is always mush, let alone because of Ace Attorney. Just that's also mush. You can't end quote. I don't think she has that on BTTV. I'm shocked. I know, right? Hi. There you go. Go have a. That's good. But yeah. Yeah, if anyone needs to skip out on next stream, I understand. Seems like it's gonna be heavy, but maybe see you then. If not, catch you next time. Goodbye. Get out of here. Go away, shoo. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Hope to see you next time. But yeah, also, it seems things are gonna get heavy. If you gotta bail, I understand. But maybe you see you next time. Goodbye.